Okay. Can you guys hear me? So we're going to do our training session until 7:30 on SECRA. You guys have heard this presentation from me before, except for James. So that James. So I'm going to go through some of the basics really quickly as a refresher for more seasoned members and as sort of a primer for our newer members. But I'm also going to try to get a little bit more in depth when we're talking about determining significance of a project, so POSDEC or NEGDEC, and what it means to have a significant adverse environmental impact. So we'll talk a little bit more in detail about that than we usually do during this presentation. So going through some of the basics, we've talked previously about what SECRA is, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, that it requires all discretionary decisions by state and local agencies have to go through this environmental review process before you can make a decision. Things like building permits are ministerial actions. Those are, you meet the requirements, you get the permit. That's not subject to SECRA. It's the site plan, subdivision, special permit. Those are the types of discretionary actions that are subject to SECRA. So what does that mean? Well, the purpose of why we look at the environmental impacts of the action that's before you is to make sure that you're making a decision that infuses those environmental considerations into your thought process at the earliest time possible. It's not the intent of SECRA that environmental factors be the sole consideration in the review of SECRA, so social and economic considerations are also part of SECRA review. Those three things, more traditional environmental factors like tree removal and water quality, stormwater, impacts to endangered species, all of those sorts of environmental issues need to also be balanced with social and economic issues. So fiscal impacts to a community, a need for affordable housing, that all gets balanced in a SECRA review. And courts have held that SECRA is governed by what they call a, quote, rule of reason. Again, speaking to the balance of all of these various considerations. When we're talking about compliance with SECRA, strict compliance is required for procedural items, like, for example, waiting 30 days to allow involved agencies to weigh in on the lead agency circulation. That's a procedural issue. Using, for type 1 actions, which have been identified as DEC as those actions that are more likely to require environmental impact statement, more likely to have a significant adverse environmental impact. For those, the SECRA regulations require a full environmental assessment form. So that form that you receive with every application can be a full form or a short form. If it is a type 1 action, the applicant has to use a full. If they don't, that could be an issue that would allow the court to overturn any SECRA decision. So procedural is strict compliance. For substantive compliance, so looking at the actual environmental impacts of a project, that's where courts are going to review three things. Did you identify the relevant environmental issues involved with the project? Did you take a quote-unquote hard look at those issues? And did you make a reasoned elaboration for your determination? So identifying the issues, making sure you're really looking at those issues, not just rubber stamping them. If there's questions on an impact, like if there's a wetland impact involved with a project, making sure you're getting a delineation and you understand what exactly the disturbances are going to be within the wetland buffer or the wetland itself, and vetting those impacts, not just glossing over them. And making a reasoned elaboration. So your reasoned elaboration is what we do every time you issue a negative declaration, that multiple page document that's produced that goes through each of the impact categories that are relevant to the project and goes through all of the items that have been presented to you by the applicant, by the public, by your professional consultants, and analyzing from a traffic perspective, based on the traffic impact study that may have been presented and reviewed by your professional consultant. Is there a significant adverse traffic impact for the project? And it'll, recite and cite 2 documents in the record that provide your reasoning for why you think there would not be a significant adverse environmental impact on that issue. So that's your reasoned elaboration, and that's what the courts are going to look at to see if you've done your job as the lead agency. Going through some of the just basic steps of SECRA, and I've really kind of condensed SECRA down to some, just some basic bullet points. So the first step when we receive an application, we're figuring out what's the classification. Is it type 1, type 2, or unlisted? Type 1, like I mentioned before, are those actions listed by DEC in its regulations that are more likely to have a significant adverse environmental impact. They don't categorically, because they're a type 1, require the board to find that there is a significant adverse environmental impact, but they are those larger projects that you'd have to look at more carefully. Type 2 are, again, projects that are listed in the SECRA regulations that DEC has categorically determined will not create a significant adverse environmental impact. So this is the construction of a single-family home. In no case will it result in a significant adverse environmental impact. DEC has already determined that, and that applies not only in Beacon, but in every community throughout New York State. So no SECRA review, no environmental review is required in that instance. And then unlisted is literally that. It's not listed as type 1, it's not listed as type 2, and in that case, there is a SECRA review that's required. But there's no automatic presumption, as you have with the type 1, that there could be a significant, it's more likely that there'll be a significant impact.
And Jennifer, the classification is, I think some parts of SECRA that we'll get to, there's a little bit of discretion and there's kind of some vague language, but the classification is pretty clear, right? They have thresholds, like the type 1 is a development of over this many units, or a parking lot over 500 spaces in a municipality with zoning, right? So the classifications, there's really kind of cut and dry thresholds, so you can kind of determine. I only want to point that out because I think when we get into the determination of significance, some things get a little bit more up to the discretion of the board and vague, but classification is pretty clear.
Yeah, it either is or it isn't.
Yeah.
Each classification. Thank you. So the next step is determining lead agency, and we do this again with every new project. At the first meeting, we figure out, are there any other agencies that have any kind of approval authority over the project? So, for example, if you have an application, a site plan application before you that also needs a variance from the zoning board is what they call an involved agency because they have an approval authority over an aspect of the project. Same thing with New York State DOT if a highway work permit is required, or DEC if SWIP sign-off is required by DEC. So there's a number of both state, local, and county agencies that could have some kind of approval authority over the project. They're all involved agencies, including you guys as the approval authority over the site plan. So one of those agencies, if you're having a coordinated review where one agency does the environmental review, somebody's got to step up and be the lead and actually do the environmental review. More often than not, it's the planning board in each of the communities. So that's the step that we take when you authorize circulation of a notice of intent to declare lead agency. So my office works with Mercedes after that meeting to prepare the notice that has to be circulated to all those other agencies and give them a heads up that, hey, we've thrown our hat in the ring. We want to be lead agency. Does anybody have any objections? Does anybody else want to be lead agency? And we allow 30 days for those agencies to respond. If they don't respond, or if they respond and say we agree, you guys become lead agency. If there's ever a dispute, if there's agencies that are fighting about who's going to be lead, then it goes up to the commissioner of DEC to decide who's going to be lead. You could also not have a lead agency. So for unlisted actions, you can't do this for type 1, but for unlisted actions, you could have an uncoordinated review where each of the agencies does their own environmental review. The reason why we tend to not recommend that is because each of those agencies have to not just review the environmental impacts of their own area of jurisdiction, but they have to review the whole project to make sure you're not like segmenting the project into little pieces and coming out with a conclusion that there's no significant impact on the variance, no significant impact on the site plan, no significant impact on the DOT work permit. But if it were looked at in its totality as one big project, maybe there is a significant impact. So that's segmentation, and that's not favored under SECRA. So each of those involved agencies would need to look at the project as a whole. And typically, a zoning board is not going to want to review a SWIP and the stormwater and look at traffic and all of that. They want to just look at the area that's in their jurisdiction. So we tend to recommend coordinating where there are additional involved agencies. So the next step is determining significance. And this is where you're going to be looking at all of the information that's before you and figuring out, is there a significant adverse, could there be a significant adverse environmental impact associated with the project, any aspect of the project? If you conclude no, there are no significant impacts, you issue a negative declaration. That's where most of our projects land. If there may be one or more significant impacts, then you're issuing a positive declaration, and that's what triggers a requirement for the applicant to then prepare an environmental impact statement. And then you're going down a long, a long course of review. But it is a course of review that is very structured within the SECRA regulations and provides for a pretty comprehensive review.
And
yeah,
this is the part where I don't know if folks are familiar that DEC has a website. They have a SECRA workbooks and handbooks online. And so we very often go to the workbooks, and there's a workbook for the long form, which is required for the type 1 actions, and then there's also a workbook that goes kind of question by question. And I've heard boards, not only this board, but other boards I work with say, well, obviously there's going to be an impact from that, so we should mark yes, significant. Some aspects have thresholds in them. Like, for example, if you look at traffic, for example, there are some kind of thresholds there. Like, if a project is not going to have over 100 daily trips, right, and then it's, from the DEC standpoint, not a significant impact. There's some thresholds like that where they're very specific. And so even though on a local level where we'd be saying, yes, there's obviously going to be an impact, there is some guidance in the workbooks about what DEC generally sees as significant or not. So I just see people get caught up on that. Like, why are we selecting no for that? They're obviously going to be adding cars. There are some thresholds that DEC has woven in. Unfortunately, they don't do that for all of them, because some things like historic character, right? That's not something they can necessarily set a guideline for. You as the local body have to look at what is the character and then determine whether there's impact. So some of them have numeric thresholds to guide us, and then others are really all about that deliberation that Jen was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the workbooks because they are an incredibly useful tool on the DEC website. If you just Google SECRA, the DEC website will come up specifically for SECRA. So not only the workbooks, but also, since we're talking about resources, I also want to mention the handbook. There's the SECRA handbook that's on the DEC's website. If you go to that SECRA page and scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a PDF link for it. It is updated every few years, and it's drafted in a way that goes through the regulations in a very user-friendly way, just a question and answer type format for each of the SECRA categories. So that's another really good resource. So when we're talking about significance, this is something that the SECR regulations themselves recognize that there's subjectivity to this term. What's significant in Beacon is not going to be significant in the city of Buffalo or the city of Syracuse. It's very community specific, and that's why, as Natalie was mentioning, sometimes there are thresholds, but sometimes there's not. What's important from a historic character perspective in Beacon may not be important at all in another community 100 miles away. So for looking at significance, what the SECR guidance says is you look at the magnitude and the importance of the issue. So the SECR handbook actually has a really good example. It talks about the construction of a bridge necessary to cross a river. The construction of that bridge is obviously going to cause a good deal of erosion into the river. If that river is already, a polluted, muddy, there's a lot of siltation, there's a lot of sediment in the river. It's not good, pristine habitat for a lot of, wildlife. Although the magnitude, there could be a lot of erosion, so the magnitude is large. Perhaps the importance of that erosion into the stream is not super important. So you're going to look at it in terms of degrees, as opposed to if it was a river that was pristine, supported, tons of wildlife, very clear water. If you had a ton of erosion into that pristine river, that may have a larger importance. Although still the same magnitude, still the same amount of erosion and sedimentation happening into the river, the importance of that particular activity may be judged differently. So that's the example that the SECR handbook gives, and I think that, at least to me, that made a lot of sense in terms of how to look at those particular types of impacts. The other thing I want to mention when we're talking about determining significance is the idea that a project obviously evolves as it's being reviewed. So the project that you see on day one when it's submitted may not be the same project that you're looking at when you ultimately make your determination of significance. And part of that evolution is, if the planning board identifies some environmental concerns up front, the applicant has the opportunity to go back, make modifications to the proposed action that you're looking at by incorporating either mitigation measures or other changes to the project that address the concern. So for example, if a project were to come in for 100 dwelling units and the planning board right off the bat said, you know what, this intersection where this project is a very troubled intersection in terms of traffic, operating at a level of service F and huge delays, and adding this amount of traffic to that intersection is going to be a problem. Maybe the applicant goes back and says, you know what, the planning board's right, we've had our consultant look at it, we're going to reduce the project to 60 units, and maybe that 60 units addresses that impact to the point where the board can then issue a negative declaration finding there's no significant adverse environmental impact. So the point is that the proposed action that you're reviewing does evolve over time. And there's a case out of the Court of Appeals that specifically recognizes that. It's from 1997, Merson v. McNally, and it specifically talks about that evolution of a proposed action. And recognizes that what you're looking at when you're making your determination is the project as it exists at that time, not when it first came in. We are running a little short on time, so I'm just going to quickly turn to what happens when you issue a positive declaration. The first thing the board will have to do is scoping, which is basically creating the table of contents for the environmental impact statement that the applicant will be reviewing. This process used to be optional, but with the 2019 amendments, it's now mandatory. And it's actually a really good like feature or function of SECRA, because it really narrows the scope of the environmental impact statement, or at least that's the intent, is that you really focus on only those issues that have been identified as significant. You don't want to study wetlands if there's no real significant impact to wetlands. So then the applicant prepares the DEIS that examines all of the significant impacts identified in the scoping document, in accordance with the methodology that is identified in the scoping document as well. Once that DEIS is accepted as complete, meaning it addresses all of those items in the scoping document, we'll have the public hearing, receive comments from the public, other agencies, your consultants. The applicant then goes back and responds to each and every one of those substantive comments in the final environmental impact statement. And this is where sometimes there's changes in the scope of the project to address those comments. The FEIS is reviewed by the board to make sure that all of the responses are accurate and adequate in your view. And then you end up with a finding statement. I should mention before we get to the finding statement, part of the environmental impact statement process is a review of alternatives, reasonable alternatives to the project. Those alternatives are identified in the scoping document and addressed in the environmental impact statement. So when you get to the finding statement point, which is the last step in the SECRA process where you have a POSDEC, you're looking at that range of reasonable alternatives and figuring out which is the one that minimizes, mitigates, eliminates, avoids all of the environmental impacts to the maximum extent practicable. And this is where that rule of reason comes in again. This is where you're doing that balancing between the more traditional environmental issues, protection of trees and plants and animals and all that, versus social and fiscal considerations as well. So the finding statement does that balancing. Again, the handbook, as I mentioned before, is a super important resource available on the website. So that is a very quick rundown of SECRA.
I'd heard there were recent
Yeah.
proposals to change the either the scope or of SECRA
Yeah.
as it regards to, I think, residential environment. Can you explain that a little?
Yeah, so in the governor's budget, which is still, I guess, being debated.
I think it passed.
Did it pass?
I think it did, yeah.
So I looked at this a couple days ago and
Oh,
saw that
okay,
there was an
maybe not. Oh, it's
agreement.
still?
There was
Okay.
some agreement between the legislature and the governor on the budget. And I didn't check more recently to see if there was actually a vote passing it. But from what I understand, from what I looked at a couple days ago, is that there has been agreement on a couple of points that the governor initially proposed in her budget, which would include, let's see, for outside New York City, housing of up to 300 units in urban areas, up to 100 units in non-urban areas, and up to 20 units in areas that doesn't have zoning, right? Many municipalities in New York State don't even have a zoning code. For those projects, there would be they would be exempt from SECRA. Housing would have to be provided on previously disturbed land and connected to water and sewer upon occupancy. There's a couple other SECRA exemptions that have been agreed upon that would involve clean water infrastructure, public parks and trails, green infrastructure, and public schools in New York City. And this was an interesting one, establishing a timeline for the completion of an environmental impact statement, because they can go on for years. And here, the timeline that has been agreed upon is a 2-year timeline for the environmental impact statement, which is still a long time, but at least there's some clear guidance on that. So I can certainly send to the board some further information about those updates to SECRA. once I kind of have a little bit more clarity on exactly what is going to be passed, or if it has been passed in recent days. But you're right, there is some changes afoot.
And the last big round of those changes was 2019, right? When
Yeah.
they added a bunch of items to maybe to the various lists. I just remember the type 2 list, right? The ones that don't require environmental review.
Yeah.
They added one that impacted a lot of municipalities, and that if it's an existing structure,
Yeah.
commercial structure being converted to commercial residential where that use is permitted, that's a type 2 action, right? So, and as a state prerogative to assist in adaptive reuse of existing buildings, they kind of added that to the type 2 list,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, and
absolutely.
other things like that. So every once in a while, they will update like what gets classified as what.
Yeah, yeah, those 2019 amendments, I think, were the first amendments in like 20 years, so that was a big deal for Secra nerds. And Secra just had its 50th anniversary last year, so happy birthday to Secra.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Sure.
Did anybody have any questions? Thank you.
All good? Okay.
So I want to welcome everyone to the May 12th, 2026 Planning Board meeting. John is excused, he's away, and I'll be acting chair today. I think the first thing we'll do is get a motion to accept the minutes
Motion?
for April.
Motion to accept the minutes for April?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to our first item, public hearing and continued review of application for site plan approval. Can you hear me now? Public hearing and continued review of application for site plan approval, 1154 North Avenue, commercial submitted by Hudson Box LLC.
And before we start, we just need a motion to open that
Yes, let
public
me have
hearing.
a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
It was Len's motion, and you seconded, Kevin? I think so.
Hey, good evening. R.A. Siegel, representing the applicant. Still waiting for the thing to come up, but I'll get started. So just to recap, the applicant is proposing to open a karaoke bar with private studio spaces in the existing two-story building at 1154 North. And we submitted revised plans based on our discussions last month. The signage proposal has been changed, so it's one sign that complies with, the size requirements. In the zoning code, we eliminated the LED screen. We did add like just a display box in the facade. It lines up with the second floor window, which is for memorabilia and whatever they might want to display to just make that area a little bit more interesting and related to the use there. We also noted that light fixture in the sculpture area is intended for just highlighting some illumination on the sculpture, and it'll be shielded. We added some detail about the vertical wood installation. We're discussing the sprinkler requirement with Brian. We've been going back and forth. It's still open. Also, the applicant's been working with the acoustic engineer to work on the sound privacy from the studios and from the main space. So that's getting detailed out. So I think that's where we are. I don't know what's going on with this thing.
I just noticed the monitor on that side is out.
Yeah, so that monitor, I was not able to get that monitor on that side to work earlier. This one obviously is working. Oh, and here comes Pete to save the day.
1 second, everyone. Thank you.
But for members of the public, once REA is able to get his plans up, this is the screen that should be working. So if anybody has, this one was working during the training session. Yeah, I saw that there. Yeah, but that one wasn't. But if anybody can't see that, just shift your seat to see. It's not loading?
Yeah.
It was just working. I hope I didn't break it.
It worked fine last month. No.
When in doubt, reboot it.
Yeah, I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart my laptop. Yeah.
Randall, while Pete's working on that, should we go over Natalie and John's memos?
Yeah, while
Yeah.
Peter's figuring this out, Natalie, John, if you want to start your memo.
Yep,
Thank you.
I can start. So a lot of my comments were addressed from the last meeting. There's now notes on the plan regarding sound engineering and things like that. My 2 remaining comments were really just flagging items. There's some changes to the easement, so just flagging for Jennifer's office to ensure that the existing easement covers the minor changes that are occurring in that area. And then just flagging the signage. So I do realize the signage has changed. That falls to Brian's office in terms of reviewing those applications. But besides that, the planning comments have been addressed.
Thank you.
So the applicant will need to seek a permit from New York State DOT for work in the right-of-way. And one of the other comments I had raised a while ago that the architect is now working with Brian on was the need for a sprinkler, if the building needed to be sprinklered, because that may also impact the size of the water service line servicing the building, again, sending them back to DOT. Everything else that I had comments on, they have addressed at this time.
Okay, thank you. In light of our technical challenges right now, I think we could go to the public, but understand that I do respect that we don't have what we're talking about up there. But if there, I know there also, we've received several letters, which have also been, we're very aware of them, they've been circulated around the board. So I wanted to let everybody know that we hear you, and we hear what people are saying. But if anyone from the public is here would like to speak while we figure this technical stuff out, please step up, identify yourself. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Use the mic, please. Thank you.
Evening, everybody.
You
I'm here.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Rob Van Cott. I'm a resident of 11 West Church Street. I moved to Beacon in 2012. I've raised both my children on 11 West Church Street. I see some faces that are familiar to 11 West Church Street. I see some other locals here that are designers or builders and what have you. 11 West Church Street is a pretty quiet neighborhood. We get a lot of traffic volume at the end of each day through Metro North traffic and on the weekends when people are visiting our beautiful town. And at night, the west end of town actually gets pretty quiet, and it's a good place to raise your family. It settles down, and at night you can actually, we have deer and we have rabbits, and it gets quiet, and you can see the stars from my backyard. And this business, karaoke bar, is going to be located in my backyard. And coincidentally, one of my family members who lives in 1156 North Ave lives directly behind the karaoke bar. So, as you could imagine, our quality of life is going to be different, right? And change is the only thing that's constant, but different types of changes can affect people's livelihoods and the value that they have on their home and the experience that they have each night when they come back from a long day of work, right? So I'm in the construction industry, so I can appreciate building. I wake up every morning at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I get up and walk my dog in the neighborhood, and I go to work, and I get home about 6 o'clock each day and cook dinner if I'm lucky, and take my dog for a walk, and I get into bed by about 9. This karaoke bar has hours of operations that are pretty extreme. I'm not a fool. People are going to be hanging out in the back of the property. They're going to be socializing, having fun, and I'm all about having a good time, but I got to get up for work, and my kids got to get to school, and my family member who lives directly above this property is going to be subjected to noise and smoking and just behavior that comes along with having a good time, right? So, a few things that I just want to wrap up with, is I just think that, we as a community should think about how noise and late night disturbances affect quality of life in our neighborhood, how parking is going to work in this area. West Church Street gets pretty busy during the parades and whatnot. People are going to be parking. I'm not going to be able to get out of my driveway. My neighbors are going to be inconvenienced with overflow of traffic. People who can't drive because they've been drinking too much will be parking on our street. They'll be walking back with their friends at nights, cursing, smoking, singing, doing whatever it is that they do after a long night of karaoke singing. It's just a bad idea for our neighborhood. I'm not a NIMBY guy. I love building, I love development, but this is a bad move for our neighborhood, and I just wanted to come here tonight just to let you all know I'm against it, and anything you guys can do to help us make sure that this thing is engineered right, designed right. I think I heard the architect said that there's a sound engineer. I'd love to know who that sound engineer is. I think there's a lot of holes in this plan, and it's a quick way to make a quick buck in a neighborhood, and it could change. I'm against it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Teresa Kraft. I'm here tonight as a concerned resident of Beacon. This highly congested intersection is not an ideal location for this type of establishment. It experiences heavy traffic and tourists at all times of the day already. I believe patrons will spill out onto the street, creating rowdy noise levels as they come and go. This situation could pose a serious road hazard, especially since alcohol will be served. Tonight's Keenan Bean lawyer, Jennifer, stated during the workshop that if a project creates a traffic safety hazard, it is up to the planning board to rein in the applicant and scale it back. Additionally, the proposed bar is located right across from the police station. You are asking patrons driving to the bar to park in the same lot. Many of these patrons will not walk. Instead, they will be driving and looking for parking on all of those residential streets. The potential disruptions caused by the nature of this venue and its proposed hours are concerning. Allowing late-night patrons until midnight on weeknights to linger at this very busy intersection is deadly. I know with today's technology, controlling the interior sounds may be doable, but controlling the rowdy crowds on the streets is uncontrollable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, my name is Jim Zellinger. I'm on West Church. I would like to request that the change of use application be denied. The way that this was proposed, or the letter that was sent to us said it was a karaoke venue. This leads as a bar and a karaoke venue as an aside. The application says bar, karaoke, small performance venue, open mic, special use, corporate events, rehearsal space, vocal coaching, instrument lessons. Some of these things are public, where they have an open mic, a bar, a music performance, where people just come in off the street, and then some of it's private, which is the karaoke and the lessons. It seems very inconsistent in the way that this use is being presented. On the noise side, I live 100 feet from the back of this building. It's proposed to have a rear entrance and a front entrance. That rear entrance will be directly in sightline of both my kids' bedrooms and my bedroom. It will be, as Rob mentioned, a place where people will hang out. They'll smoke during regular hours of the venue, and then when it closes, unwanted noise, disruption, behavior, negative impacts for our immediate neighborhood are going to be prevalent. The noise just from the venue itself, I've been in bands for many years. I've recorded albums. I've designed and built spaces for sound isolation. None of that has been done in this proposal so far. There is nothing decoupled about the presentation of the walls and the way that they're built currently. I don't know who's going to do that, but none of it's been done so far in the drawings that I've seen. And I did send something in around parking, lighting, a few other things. The last thing I'll mention is just the hours of operation, which have been mentioned a couple times. Midnight on a Wednesday and a Thursday, 1:30 on the weekends, 11 on a Sunday is just a non-starter for that part of town. There's no other venue on that side of town that has those hours or that is a bar. So, I strongly recommend that the change of use be denied for all practical purposes, this is a request for a noisy bar with 2 entrances, one that faces residential, community, and one that faces, the police station. So, again, I recommend that it be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the public here? RA? Oh, there you go.
You back in business?
Yeah, you're alive.
Yeah.
We're cooking with gas.
Yes, so I just want to clarify that the second door on the second floor, that's exit only, that's a fire exit. It's not an entrance, and people are not going to be hanging around back there.
Will it be emergency only, or will it be an exit that patrons can use?
It would most likely be emergency only, and we could, sign it that way.
And, you've heard the comments regarding some of the concerns there. Obviously, some of them are out of everyone's control. They're more human nature issues than something you can regulate. But especially with regards to the noise, respectively.
Yeah, that we're working out that there's interior walls that are disconnected from the exterior, walls of the building. Those interior walls are going to be designed so they're decoupled in the framing. And so we're going to be using all kinds of acoustic details to, keep the sound under control.
And Jennifer?
Randall, I just also want, I don't know if I missed this earlier, but I just wanted to mention, if it wasn't mentioned before, that the traffic and parking was reviewed by Creighton Manning, the board's professional traffic consultant. That they couldn't be here tonight to run through their memo, but that memo is available on the website.
And also, Jennifer, you can clarify that the use is permitted?
Yes, it is a permitted use that has been determined by the building inspector. Yeah.
Let's go around the board. Kevin.
I think the most serious concern for the neighbors is, I think, the noise and the hours of operation. And I think it's significant and it needs to be addressed. My question is how, since we've had spotty compliance with things, right, recent projects, how will this be presented as part of the approval? And how will it be enforced to make sure that the performance is as engineered by an acoustic engineer?
I mean that level of detail is usually, in the construction drawings. I don't know if there's a way to, get it, codified as part of the approval, unless you want to, hit a certain decibel level or.
Yeah, well, there are performance requirements, but if it isn't built in a way that will achieve those performance requirements, there's no way. It's incredibly difficult for us to, as we've seen, retroactively ask you to redo the construction, right? So there should be, and I think it's reasonable, a way to include details and other things that would show performance, the acoustic performance that would be required to meet our code, so it's legal, right?
Can I add something to that? Or just I think our review should be consistent with what we did for Prophecy Theater, where the board hired an acoustic expert to review the design. We went through the noise ordinance, which, if I recall correctly, one of the elements in the Beacon noise ordinance is that no audible sound if your windows are closed in an adjacent building. So we went through that, we came up, and that's a very high standard, right? I mean, it's a very sensitive standard. We came up with a decibel level for that, based on the acoustic experts, and it was reviewed. That was reviewed as part of site plan approval. The other element that we looked at that, for that use, which is maybe similar to this, was how will crowds be managed as they're leaving the venue? And that was a little bit easier because it was a concert venue with a fixed ending time, and I think there were commitments made by the applicant at certain points that they would have some on-site security staff to help people get quickly and quietly off the property at the end of the event. But I think we should look at similar elements as we do for any other application that's got a, you know, a use with potential noise generation adjacent to residences. So,
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, we gotta look at 'em.
it's been done. It's not an impossible thing.
right, and we should be prepared to get the board should be prepared to obtain an expert to review the acoustical design, the sound dampening.
Hi. Eric Wagner, I'm the applicant.
Get a little closer if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we retained an acoustic consultant firm, WSTG, they're top tier, with all of, everything to code, including the, you know, inability to hear at nighttime within closed doors, minus 55 decibels during the daytime. They're going to have a finished report for us on May 22nd, which I'm more than happy to submit for your review. But we've addressed these things, or want to address these things from the get-go. It's extremely important for us to be, you know, a very, you know, inclusive environment and not disturb any of the neighbors. In terms of the outside, especially the back, that is only going to be for an emergency exit. There's no congregating outside. That's part of the easement with the neighboring property. There's nobody to go out unless there's, you know, God forbid, an incident of some sort. So I just wanted to bring up those two things. Thank you.
Karen, I wanna still-
No, I just agree with the points that Lennon and Kevin made.
I mean, so apart from the report that the acoustic engineer is going to submit, and we'll, you know, submit that as part of the next, you know.
And I think to both Kevin and Lynn's point, if we could have our own.
Yeah, I can reach out.
Independent.
Yeah, so we used Eric Zwirling.
Yeah.
I forget the name of his company off the top of my head, but he was the gentleman that reviewed the acoustic report for Prophecy Theater, and also actually was instrumental in drafting the revised noise code. So he worked very closely with the city council on that as well. So I think he would be, a good option
Yeah,
to go back to,
absolutely,
assuming he's
absolutely. And
still in the
with
game.
respect to the applicant, appreciate that, but we definitely want our own independent review of that
Yeah,
report.
no, I understand. Yeah, I'm just wondering what, just for the next submission, what do you want to see? You know, we'll have the report, and we can have some typical details that are probably in the report, but I can have them on the drawings.
I think it would be good if we can get the report reviewed and then have a collective response at some point. So that-
Yeah, so I think the report should definitely focus on making sure that with the measures that the acoustic engineer is going to recommend for the sound attenuation, making sure that with those measures, you're going to meet the thresholds of the noise code.
Right.
So I think that's a good starting point
Okay.
I think,
to
John,
address
even
those
if it's
issues.
possible that they could, even though they're doing their report, have our professional in communication with them.
I don't know that we'll see if we, because that's, if it's possible.
If it's possible.
Yeah, but certainly once that's,
Yeah.
in the normal course of things, once that's submitted, your consultant will review it and issue a memo with recommendations on modifications that may need to be made.
And also, like Eric was saying, you know, it's not only is it important for being a good neighbor and keeping the sound, you know, in the building and not in the neighbor's windows. You know, there's multiple spaces within the building that are being used, you know, so they all have to be sort of encapsulated. So, you know, the whole acoustic thing is being looked at very carefully.
And just, I have a question for the applicant, because hearing your neighbors very much concerned about what could happen outside. And again, I understand that's something that's out of every human control, but we don't want to create a public safety issue either, respective to our local police department. We respect that. How do you envision managing that in a way? Again, I'm not trying to look in a crystal ball here, but that is something that's sounding very loud and clear.
Yeah,
Please step to the mic, because
the bulk of the business will be private room rentals, and they'll be handled by reservations. So we're going to have an idea of how many people are coming, when they're leaving. There won't be an influx of people just waiting outside to get in. There will be a lounge area inside to accommodate up to 80 people. For people are going to keep everybody inside. So, between the reservations and the managed influx, outflux, we are avoiding any sort of outside congregation. There'll be no, seating or area outside as well. But I mean, people are going to come, and we're going to do our best to manage it, and we're going to grow as this happens, and but we share. We're members of the community ourselves. We live in Beacon, and we want to see this as an asset to the community and not be a disturbance.
What's the total occupancy? And you know what, before I ask that question, Ari, I can't remember all the details, but the report we got previously, glazing was addressed, double doors and entrances, so the sense that you don't have you're not opening directly into the space when you open the doors. But yeah, so there were construction details, at fencing, but what's the total planned occupancy? I heard you say that the lounge is going to accommodate 80 people, but is that also additional folks in the rooms?
Yeah, so that downstairs, the first floor between the lounge and the, there's one studio room down there. So that is like 80 people. Upstairs is designed for, very close to that as well, if you go by the square foot, calculation of the area, but the intended use is more like 40, I believe. So, but the code required thing is, somewhere near 80 per floor. And we're still working that out with...
So
he wants you to get closer to the mic. There you go.
Yeah, so just trying to reconcile all those numbers for a second. I heard that you could, by code, have a total of 80 per floor or 160, but you were saying that the objective is to have 40, but I guess, so knowing that there's flexibility, what is the objective in, kind of like, is the objective to have the reservation rooms full and another 80 on deck in the lounge waiting for their rooms to open up, or like it's a big difference between 40 versus 160?
Well, not 40 total, 40 for the upstairs, for those studio spaces.
Or 120 then? 40 upstairs, 80 downstairs in the lounge?
Yeah, I mean, if it all happened at the same time. But, Eric, what's the, operationally, what do you expect?
Ideally, we would have full capacity.
You're closer to the mic as
Full
well.
capacity would be, like Aria said, around 40 at any given time for the upstairs portion. For downstairs, we have one additional room, which would accommodate another 6 people. And then the lounge itself, that area could, it's a bar area, so it'll be seats and tables and things of that nature.
So maybe 120.
126.
Yeah, that would be, that's if everybody was in there.
That's
That's if you,
code maximum,
code max.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I got a quick comment. If I
Yeah,
may.
sure. Absolutely.
If the doors in the back side are going to be for emergency only, I'm assuming there's going to be emergency lighting on the building as well. I'd like to see what that is. And the pathway to get 120 people leaving the building in an emergency at the back side, how are you getting them safely to the street with lighting as well?
Yeah.
And then what's the shielding on that? I'd also like to see, from the neighbor's point of view, what this building looks like from the backside. It'd be great to have a render in an emergency state. With all the lights on in emergency, what that looks like, and then not. I'm assuming you're going to have some kind of lighting on the backside of this building, because you're not going to have a dark hole with 120 people capable of getting on the backside.
Yeah,
So right now, you got two lights just at the front doorway.
Yeah, there'll be a light at the door, and then we have, on the path, we'll have something
I'd just
there,
like to see
but-
those specs if you could.
Yeah,
Great. And I'm assuming full cutoff on all that.
yeah.
Is there any kind of shielding between the building and the property behind? Any bushes or anything stopping? Is it just
There's a fence,
There is?
at the edge of the right-of-way. But, the lighting is going to be, we're probably, apart from the light at the door, which is a code requirement there, and any emergency path lighting would be, motion sensor or something, because we're not going to have that on unless somebody needs it.
right? Well, Yeah, I don't think you could do motion sensors on that around because it'll just be popping on and off all night long. I'll just be curious what I'm not going to do it for you, I'm just curious what your intention is back there, seeing some of the concern and, you know, the really good ability to have light pollution coming off this building. They do. You got L1s. So your L1, you're just showing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're just showing that same cylinder that's in the front, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you'll be coming to us soon with calculations on what it does to the property.
Yeah, I'll see if they have one, but, you know, often those house lights don't come with photometric, but, you know, they are listed as shielded and.
RAB does.
Okay.
Has there been a response yet to the Creighton Manning comments?
What was the question?
I'm sorry, did I interrupt, Jim? I'm sorry.
No, I'm good, thank you. Appreciate that.
Has there been a response yet to the Creighton Manning comments or questions?
No, that memo was just issued for this meeting, so they'll respond to that for the next meeting.
Yeah, Rich D'Andrea, Colliers Engineering Design. We did the parking study for this. Just in general, Creighton Manning comments generally agreed with our findings. Just to give you a quick overview of what we did, we did estimates of what this was going to need for parking. Based on our estimates, we came up with a need for 38 parking spaces for the use at peak usage at the 120, 125 people. We had data for this lot from a recent accumulation count that we had done. We looked at this lot specifically. It's pretty much the closest location to park to that. Yeah. Knowing that there are other locations that people could park, but as a worst case scenario, we looked at this location, and we took into account the fact that we have said that the 1064 Walcott may have some parking that may be utilized here, as well as the Prophecy Theater that would utilize parking here. When you took the accumulation of all three of those projects, there is a bit of a surplus of parking left over. About 10 spaces would be left over available in this lot. Again, not accounting for the fact that you have the firehouse lot across the street, and there's other parking on Main Street, and there's other parking on the street on Beekman Street, so we didn't account for those locations. If you look at Creighton Manning's review memo, and they're generally in agreement with our assumptions and how we got to our conclusion on that. There was some comments about, and I think it was actually one of the ones was about whether the board would want to see parking accumulation data on Main Street along this western end of Main Street. So that was a question to the board, I think, which we could do if that's something that you wanted to see. And there were some other comments about that were more site plan and DOT related.
Yeah, like how you're going to do deliveries of food and stuff.
That was one of the comments as well. And I think there was some information provided previously, but we'll clarify it in a written response.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. We're going to leave everything as it is until the responses.
Just for my own head, I'm sorry, just to quite understand that. Where are the 40 people parking?
In the municipal lot. In this municipal.
In municipal?
Yeah.
This municipal lot?
Yeah, I mean, that was assumed, that was, because we had accumulation data from a prior observation that we did of this lot, that's what we assumed as a worst-case scenario. And it was also, like I said, we talked about this lot being utilized for both Prophecy Theater and 1064 Walcott in case that there wasn't available parking at the funeral home where they were renting some spaces over there. So taking all that into account at this location.
We seem to be playing a game with all of these new constructions that are happening here, like where we're going to put parking. And I'll put some in the funeral home, I'll put some in the municipal park, I'll put some over here. We got a giant project just happening over here where Spire is. We have storefronts in the front.
That's what he's saying. They layered all those on top of each other and looked at the utilization with all those assumptions as if they were all going to materialize at one time and park here. and there was
And it's,
excess spaces, not looking at the on-street along Beekman or Main Street, but if everyone showed up and all those cars were actual cars, and they all parked at one time. So we asked them at the last meeting to layer them all on top of each other.
and you're saying that laid on top of all of that, we're fine with parking?
Yeah, that's the conclusion, yes.
One thing I would interject is that some applicants in the past have made a commitment that they would put information on their website or maybe send it out with reservations. If people are going to be making reservations and there's going to be email communication going back and forth, it would be good to say, hey, right across the street, very convenient municipal lot, because no one's going to find parking on the west end of Main Street on a weekend evening.
No, they're going on West Church. That's where they park.
So to try to do everything to encourage people from parking on the street near residences where they're going to be making noise at midnight going back to their cars. Anything that can be done to encourage the use of the municipal lots, direct people to appropriate places to park, that's generally
I think that's reasonable.
favorably.
Yeah, we can put that in writing, but I think that's reasonable.
Rich, I would still recommend getting some data for Main Street also.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say that.
me
Okay.
too. That was my,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that as well.
Sorry. Something.
that's what I was going to.
Oh, sorry.
Excellent, thank you. Are you?
That's it.
Yeah, just wondering, is there something we can do for the next meeting, or?
I think we should keep the public hearing open if we're going to get acoustic reports and stuff, so I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, yeah. We got some stuff we need to see and kind of go back and forth with at this point.
Okay.
All right?
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to item number 2, public hearing and continued review of application for amended site plan approval, 393 Fishkill Avenue, 397 Fishkill Avenue, and 7 Conklin Street. Commercial mixed use submitted by 396 Fishkill Avenue LLC and 393 Fishkill Avenue LLC.
Randall, I'm sorry, I just want to make clear for the public on that last application that the public hearing is remaining open and it's going to be adjourned to the June meeting of the
Yes.
planning board.
I apologize. The public hearing will remain open,
Yeah.
as Jennifer said.
And then we need a motion to open this public hearing.
And may I have a motion to open this public hearing?
Motion by Len to open the public hearing.
May I have a second?
Second by Jim.
Second by Karen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Get your buttons. The flag, yeah. Welcome.
Good evening, Acting Chair, members of the board. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I am joined by our project architect, R.A. Siegel, and I was going to say Mike Bodendorf pinch hitting for Dan Kohler, but I have the pleasure of both members of the Hudson Land Design team here this evening, as well as Rich D'Andrea of Colliers. We're also joined by the applicant, Mr. Haug. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman and board, we are before you this evening in connection with our application for amended site plan approval, proposing to add 2 units and an additional story to the mixed-use development building program that was previously approved by this board back in 2023. As you're aware, at your last meeting, the project was referred to the city's Zoning Board of Appeals to consider the applicant's request for area variance relief pertaining to the building height and certain sections of the retaining walls on the property. During that meeting, the planning board also took the following actions, where it declared its intent to serve as lead agency for the amended or the updated seeker review for the project. The public hearing that you're having tonight was set for tonight, and then a draft negative declaration was prepared for tonight's review. As this is a public hearing, if I may, Acting Chairman, I will give a brief overview of the project, and certainly we're here to answer any questions you might have. So for the benefit of the board and the public, the applicant previously received site plan approval from the planning board back in April of 2023 for a 3-story, approximately 16,000 square foot building that had 12 residential units, so that's 6 units on each the second and third floors, and then 3,500 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, which will effectively be the owner/applicant's office building, similar to what he has there today. The approved project included 1 below market rate unit and the following mixed uses, or I should say mixes of each type of unit on the second and third floors. So we had 1 studio, 4 1-bedrooms, and then 1 2-bedroom on each of those second and third floors. It also included the demolition of the 3 existing buildings on the property, including the installation of 33 off-street parking spaces, accessed by a single curb cut, off of Conklin Street, the establishment of terrace patio areas for tenants along the side of the building, and then landscaping throughout the property. There was also a step down from the third to the second story along the Conklin Street elevation. The primary change to the amendment is the addition of a recessed or stepped back fourth story, similar to what we see in other districts where the fourth story is presently permitted. And to get us there, by way of brief background, although I see the chairman of the FAC committee is here with us this evening in the audience, as the board may be aware, shortly after the board granted its approval in 2023, the City Council authorized the formation of the Fishkill Avenue Concept Committee, or FAC, in 2023. That committee then was tasked with reviewing and assessing potential impacts in the northeastern portion of the city along Fishkill Avenue in that area, along sort of the Healy dealerships and whatnot. Following nearly 2 years of review, FAC issued its recommendations, or formal recommendations, at the end of last year for that corridor, which is a mixed-use corridor that includes this property. One of those recommendations was to allow for building heights of up to 4 stories throughout the corridor. I'm quoting, "Allow building heights for up to 4 stories throughout the corridor, provided that the 4th story is recessed to reduce visual impact." So that was a report provided to your City Council. The project, I think, and this was, I always used to tease Mr. Clark about this before, but I appreciate him saying it, was once called the postcard, or I think poster child of new mixed-use development in the area, and referenced many times. The project itself was mentioned a few times during the FAC's discussions of this corridor. So with that recommendation and certain financial constraints that the applicant has experienced in trying to develop this project, or I should say the approved project, we're now proposing to amend the project to add those 2 additional units, as I mentioned. The project will be achieved by adding the additional story for the approved project. That'll make for 4 stories and 48 feet total in height. The building footprint and the commercial square footage, terrace spaces, curb cuts, parking areas, the landscaping of the approved project remain the same. The amended project's mixed-use building will comprise of about 20,500 total square feet, and then the new residential unit mix will be the same as in the approved project, only now we'll have 2 additional 2-bedroom units on the 4th story. In addition to the new story, the amended project also includes minor changes to the sidewalk along Fishkill Avenue and updates to the facade. The sidewalks were revised to reflect the as-built curb and sidewalk conditions that are from, as you all have seen, the city's recent work to improve that area of Fishkill Avenue and repave. In response to that work, and the amended project now ties the sidewalk connections to the updated locations. And as was discussed at the last meeting, provided the city's work in that right away, the applicant has been coordinating with city staff and contractors and representatives on the abandonment and removal of certain utilities, so it's done while the city's work is done, while we're also before you guys. So, lastly, the facade has been revised in response to the comments at the last meeting, which RA is just going to touch on briefly, and then certainly any other questions you might have, we're pleased to answer it. So, RA, you want to walk through those changes and Natalie's comments?
So apart from, adding the 4th story, which is set back 15 feet, we also looked at just the way that the corner worked. There's a lot of discussion in the original approval about how that worked. It got approved, and then last month we looked at a potential change to make it more siding and less brick, but the consensus seemed to be to go back to the brick on the corner. There were a few changes just to the window proportions and how they were laid out. Because we're now putting we were always putting the mechanical equipment on the roof in that corner, but instead of solid brick going all the way up, just to lighten it a little bit, there's a louver detail at the corner that shields that and lets air through better. And kind of adds a detail to the top of that corner of the building. So you can see that there. I know there was a question about the railings.
Can you point out where the mechanical is going in the screen? That's that piece there.
Yeah.
So that's not an accessible terrace. That's mechanical with like a. Do we have a detail for what that screening looks like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll give you the product details, but yeah, there's a detail for that.
Okay.
And then there's a roof deck for the tenant of that 4th story one that goes up Conklin, and they have screening as well from that area. So we're just putting it in the corner and screening it off up there. I know the other question came up was the railings. We're showing them on there, but they're cable railings, and I'll specify that. I think that was the main, change to the design. It's just, the fact that we have that fourth floor that's set back, and then some adjustments to the way that the corner worked from the, but pretty similar to the previous approval.
Since you're
Yep, my comments, I just have 4. So one is noting the height variance that's going to the ZBA, just keeping that on the record. For parking, just so the board is aware, based on the proposed development program now with the 2 additional units, there's a minimum parking requirement of 25 spaces and a maximum of 61. And right now, the applicant is proposing 33 spaces to accommodate those. For the roof, the roof terrace, so are there 2 different types of railing though? There's railing for the terrace, and then there's screening for the mechanical, and those are going to be 2 different things, and you'll provide details?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then maybe also just note on the roof plan, I don't think we had it indicated where the mechanical was, so if that can...
Yeah,
it's looking like that's deck, so just so we all know where that's going to be. And then my 4th and final comment, was about the mechanical equipment and kind of indicating where that was going to go.
John?
I have no engineering comments at this time.
Okay. Go to the public to see if there's anyone here with respect to this application.
Hi, Michal Mart, Mead Avenue. I just wanted to say that a few of my neighbors are here and some of them are paying attention as well. And my question is, I don't understand the height of the 4th floor from the renderings. It looks really, really short. And I understand that the ZBA will weigh in on the height, but procedurally I'm a little bit confused. Are you approving the 4th floor? Because is that a variance as well? Thank you.
Jennifer, you want to?
Yeah, so the 4th floor would only be allowed if the applicant received a variance from the zoning board, because it does exceed the height requirements that are currently applicable in that zoning district. So at the planning board's last meeting last month, you referred the application to the zoning board for consideration of that variance. They're on the agenda for next week. You have before you tonight, you directed draft SECRA documents to be prepared. So before the planning board tonight, not only are we having the public hearing, but also the board will be considering whether to amend the previous negative declaration with respect to the modifications to the plan. Assuming that neg deck is issued, the zoning board would be free to consider and make a decision on the variance, and then the applicant would come back to the planning board for consideration of the amended site plan. So there's really 2 approvals the applicant needs here: the variance related to the 4th floor, and then amended site plan approval from the planning board.
So they would need to come back.
Yes, yes. You would not issue any approval tonight.
And just a point of information for the board, just to follow Ms. Gray's comments, the prior approval actually had a retaining wall that the prior building inspector didn't consider to require a variance, but because we've sought that relief for another application, we sort of pro-offered it as another variance. So while it was approved in the prior building program and unchanged in this application, in addition to the building height variance that we're seeking at the zoning board, which will be there next week, we're also requesting a variance for the retaining wall height. Yep.
Did that answer your question?
And the building height is 48 feet as is proposed.
Can you go to the front elevation? Because I can see what's being said about maybe not being able to visualize the 4th story in the elevation. So it's shown in the renderings, right? And you can see it set back. Now if you go to the front elevation, the drawing.
The drawings don't appear to have been updated. I was going to ask the same question, which is kind of frustrating. when we're reviewing this stuff on our own time and you can't make the renderings reconcile with the elevation drawings?
Yeah, I need to update the elevations, but I wanted to just make sure, sort of see where we were going with that corner detail, and then I'll pop that on there. But it's basically all, the upper floor is also 12 feet, so it's just, it's a 48-foot building divided into 4, essentially.
So let's go around the board, but Len, you can start since you're.
You want to start and go around?
Yeah, I didn't mean to respond. I was just pointing information, and the public hearing is still open.
Yeah, the public hearing is still open. We didn't close it. But what I wanted to do, only because Lynn, did you complete your train of thought?
Well, I just reiterate that comment that I'd like to see the elevation drawings updated so that we can take a look at it. And I think one question I have from an architectural review standpoint is that the renderings and the elevation drawings that we have show for the storefronts the sort of a traditional gridded glass clerestory, and that I think is a really neat element. It kind of harkens back to a lot of traditional storefront of the turn of the last century, when you often get the glass tiles gridded above the storefront windows. But I want to ask the question honestly, will this really be built? And I think, from the standpoint of when we are evaluating these designs, we're kind of taking applicants on face value that what they present to us is going to get constructed. But, experience of doing this for 7 years, I'm starting to question whether we'll really see it during construction, or whether it's sort of a really nice detail that will somehow disappear after our review and approval is done.
Well,
so
what we'll do, put a pin in that for a second. I'll go to the public see if there's someone else for this applicant, because that brings up a bigger point. Sure.
Teresa Kraft, concerned resident. First off, you keep quoting that the Route 52 corridor report is a legal document. It was put under the table by the mayor. Us, the public, never even got to see that and hear it as a final presentation. This project represents a significant overdevelopment at this location. It might have been more acceptable if it was limited to 3 stories with a 10-foot setback. I feel for us, the neighboring residential areas on both sides of the Fishkill Creek, with this forthcoming increase of noise and light pollution. The overall design of this project resembles many of the other newly constructed buildings throughout this city that look and feel out of place. Again, to quote a statement made during tonight's workshop by the land use lawyer, when she stated that if it's an already polluted waterway, you should not fight as hard for the new runoff. That is like saying that there are already so many out-of-character buildings designed in our city that building one more doesn't really matter. Please don't. This is way too big. Thanks.
And anybody else from the public here?
Hi there, Brian Ralston, 44 Townsend Street. I'm a part of the new Beacon Knolls community right around the corner from here. My wife and I just moved in the past fall into this community, and we were surprised to hear about the large developments going near us, which is great and awesome for affordable housing. I guess my main concern is around the impact of volume of housing units. They're proposing 14 residential plus offices. And later on in the agenda, I'm not aware of the longer history behind the Beacon Views LLC proposal, but last I was looking, there's additional 37 residential units, which would total up to 51 residential units passing through this area. I'm unsure if there have been any proper traffic studies to handle an additional 51 residential units. I myself, driving through this every day, turning out onto Fishkill Ave is a little bit challenging, and the increase in volume has led to a few car accidents in that area and the congestion. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to Beacon. Thank you. I can assure you, we look at everything very well. And having sat on this board for many, many decades, too, I can tell you we have done an incredible job as a community and as a board to take in consideration the thing that impact us all, because we all are also members of this community. But I welcome you. Thank you. All right. Anybody else from the public? Did you want to respond?
Yeah,
And then
please,
we'll go
thank
around
you,
the board.
Acting Chairman. So just by way of quick comment, so this is not a new application for 14 units. It is a proposal to amend the existing 12-unit proposal for 2 additional units. So just wanted the benefit of the public knowing they haven't been here for the prior application in this location. So there were traffic studies submitted. We did update the parking information. I think Natalie just mentioned it, and I should have gone into that in a bit more detail. But we have updated it. This was actually originally approved under the city's old parking regulations as well, so it has been updated to ensure that it also meets and exceeds the current parking standards, which we have. Otherwise, as Ari mentioned, we'll include the updated renderings to align with the elevations, but we're certainly pleased to address any other comments that you all, the board, might have.
Okay. So now we'll go around the board.
And actually, if I may, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Warner mentioned, did have a question about the windows, and we would certainly be accepting of a condition in that approval. Typically, and I can defer to the board's counsel and how those things are written to the resolution, but traditionally, they indicate that subject to a field change approval by the building inspector, if it is beyond that field change level of review, it would have to come back to your board for a change. So for that context, how specific it is really subject to what, sometimes it could be a material availability or otherwise. Yep.
And thanks for responding to my question. And just to clarify that, a question for the architect, when these renderings and drawings are produced, is there a survey done at the time of material availability and saying, okay, other than conceptualizing it, and I think, it's a nod to an era which is, I think it's very aesthetically pleasing, but is there an investigation of time to say, hey, can we actually get this stuff? Can we get this kind of glazing?
Yeah, we'll ask Aria to make sure to check into that. I think that's a good question, but I think the problem will still persist if the applicant proceeds with a building permit in 6 months. The same issue may present itself, but again, I think your resolutions do a good job of trying to control or curtail all of that to the extent is reasonable or practicable. But I hear your concern, and I think the condition can be rather explicit should we get to that point. And again, we'll have REA look into whether or not there is availability now.
It's just one tiny piece and probably not the most important piece, but when we're looking at architectural review, we're considering holistically everything. What's the look and feel of this place? How does it enhance the fabric of Beacon? Is it compatible with it?
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
David?
I don't have anything. Just I am concerned about location of appliances, not appliances.
Mechanicals.
Mechanicals. Thank you.
Yep. All right, we'll detail that in the enclosures. I think that was Natalie's comment too in her memo.
Yeah, I'm once again concerned about people mentioning financial hardship as a reason for variances, because there's no way that we can reasonably expect to confirm or deny that hardship. It's not part of our purview. It may in fact exist. There's no way that we can use that, I think, and I think it's, you should be very cautious about using that in order to encourage us to grant relief for that reason.
Sure, and if I may, the planning board won't be granting any relief. The zoning board will have to consider 5-factor analysis of the applicant totally unrelated submission. So if the zoning board should approve that relief, it will come to you as an as-of-right permission.
Understood, but that's, like I said, it makes everybody,
the applicant wants to build this building out. I mean, he's the tenant right now of his own office building, right? And next door is the old solar, so I hear your comment. We appreciate that, but the applicant's just trying to make this a reality. And
not imputing anybody's honesty or anything. I just don't think it's a relevant issue.
Understood.
I am looking at the front elevation of the rendering, and I know last month we were discussing the corner. I like the direction that it's going in. I think that right now it feels a little unbalanced with one corner brick and one corner siding. I think you showed an option last month, or discussed an option last month, of doing brick on both corners. So I'm just wondering where you are with that development.
Yeah, so we looked at, possibly adding brick on the other corner, but, I mean, so far we're proposing to just do it on the one corner, because that's actually, a corner that meets on two streets. The other one is sort of a dead end, and I think we just, take something away from the dynamic of the turning the corner. So we looked at it, but, we're not going to propose that.
Okay, thanks.
This building sits at a gateway kind of into Beacon. It's really why it's almost like a carriage house to the city. I'd just like to see what it looks like at night. These are just, they're beautiful renderings, they're just fake.
Okay.
So it'd be really
RA's giving me the head nod. Yep.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to elaborate on David's comment and then mine. I think because the mechanical is going to be on that front corner, being very specific about the heights, what's proposed in terms of the mechanical, what's proposed, if we could get some, even if it's just massing in the rendering to kind of show like what we're actually going to be seeing, just because we're talking about this as the most prominent corner, if that's where they're going to be located, paying extra attention to those details so we can review it fully would be helpful.
Understood. Yep.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, good, thank you.
Was just about to go to you, Brian.
My recommendation would be
I got a motion to close the hearing. No.
Add more dimensions to your elevations, your freeze boards, your trim boards, everything around the windows, the steps in the brick, the headers over the windows, the sills. Every detail, I think, should be added into these elevations, so there's no question.
We got another head nod.
That's going to come up in a little bit.
Yep. We'll put that in. Yep.
Put it all on the elevation.
That way there's no discourse between the, like you said, renderings or the construction.
There's no dimensions, anything, and then you don't build to a rendering. You build to the elevations and the drawings, and there's nothing there.
Right, which is why Natalie always points out, make sure that they align, because they need to. Yep, can do.
Yep. At this point.
So at this point, you do have, as was directed at the last meeting, draft secret documents. The Part 2, the EAF Part 2 has been filled out for your review, as well as the Part 3, which is your determination of significance, finding that there's no significant adverse environmental impact. And this is an amended negative declaration because you did already approve a bulk of what's being presented tonight previously with a negative declaration. So for seeker review, we're looking at the difference between what was previously approved and what the changes are now. So adding the fourth story and adding those 2 apartments in the fourth story and what impacts that would have. So you'll see in the draft negative declaration, most of the impact categories are exactly the same as they were a couple years ago when this was approved. I would say the 2 categories that had some analysis needed was the aesthetic resources to look at the aesthetics of the fourth story, and also transportation, recognizing that adding the 2 apartments is going to increase the need for parking by a little bit, the parking demand, and also the trip generation. But all of that is analyzed in the negative declaration, and if you've reviewed it and find it acceptable, you can make a motion to adopt the negative declaration as drafted.
Can I get that motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yeah, no, I said aye.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, and then the only thing we'd ask, I think, is to keep the public hearing open.
Absolutely. Yeah. A motion to to adjourn the public hearing to the next meeting? Keep it open? We don't have to do that. Do we?
There's no motion needed, just an announcement that it's
Just
going to be
announcement. Okay,
continued
so
to June.
Well, yeah, that's right. It'll be open.
And I guess lastly but not leastly, I'll defer to your council if the board might consider authorizing at least drafting of a resolution. It would be, contingent on the zoning board making any determination next week. But that would be the only other ask.
Jennifer, how do you feel about that?
That's,
Because if they don't get it, it's a moot point.
Right.
right, if for whatever reason the zoning board needs to continue its review into June, then we'll have the resolution drafted, but you wouldn't be acting upon it in June. You'd, defer to your next meeting. So it's completely up to the board.
I just want to see how the board feels about it.
About what specifically?
Drafting a resolution, just in preparation for getting a decision back from the zoning board and being able to proceed. So it's just kind of framing it out.
And the applicant sufficiently addressing the comments that came up tonight as well.
Right.
Obviously, Natalie's comments in her memo about rooftop mechanicals and.
Yeah, and that's important too, I think, especially because that corner is being presented as a kind of a visual anchor point.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have
All because it's still going in front of the zoning board and among other things, there could be changes that result from that.
So drafting,
I think drafting is probably a little premature.
I'm ambivalent about it.
There's no rush on this.
Yeah, we're not asking, sorry, go ahead.
No. No motion, not going to happen.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the next one.
Okay.
You have to sit down and then get back out.
You gotta
Sit there,
at
yeah,
least
now come back up.
break the momentum
Do
down
some
and
kind of
then
visual
sit back
break.
out. There you go. Moving on to item number 3, continue review of application and of site plan approval and special use permit 1064 Walcott Avenue Hotel and Restaurant submitted by J. Mark M&G LLC.
Good evening, Acting Chairman. The last guy was great. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant, Mark DeFabio. Tonight I am joined by our project architect, R.E.A. Siegel, as well as our engineer, Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design, and Rich DeAndrea from Colliers. We're also joined by Jordan Podwall of Hemlock Lighting, who did our lighting design for the project. The applicant was also joining us. As you mentioned, Acting Chairman, we are before you tonight for our continued review of the application for site plan and special permit. As you know, the public hearing was opened back in December on this application and then closed back in March. Council for the board did prepare a draft approved resolution for your last meeting, where the applicant was asked to provide some final details about the proposed refuse and recycling operations and the landscaping improvements in advance of this meeting. Following our discussion last month, we did update our deliverables to try and address those comments. So as is noted, as we noted at our last meeting, to assist the board in your review for consistency of the HDLO criteria, we did include additional details in the elevations, which had material callouts. Oh, now he's looking at me with too many lies. We've been added those to the plans with existing features on the historic northern building to define the features, how they'll be maintained, all colors and materials for the building and siding and trim, windows, columns, shingles, stone base, all that jazz is incorporated. To go one step further, REA, assuming he trucked them all in here, does have material samples that he'll present to, or that he can present to you all to the extent the board wants to. In addition, as you suggested, a decorative lightning rod was added to the top of the turret on the historic building, which we submit matches the historic design. The landscaping plan was also adjusted to include additional details. That was tree sizes, as well as types to classify or clarify the trees that are proposed to be removed, and then those that will remain. The lighting plan was also updated to include additional components, and certainly Jordan can walk through those if the board sees fit. Some of those changes, I'll just point to the summary of them, include an LED flex neon that has been added around the porte cochere that has a base, and at the base of the building, so some ground-mounted lighting that will also illuminate the proposed climbing hydrangea and wisteria, and lighting on the proposed fence and retaining wall. Finally, a privacy fence has been incorporated along the eastern and southern property lines, which will provide fall protection over the adjacent retaining walls and minimize light spillage, including from headlights. I understand Natalie did have some questions on that front, so Mike will have another visual for you to try and clarify with colored lines that helped me at least. Lastly, our crosswalk discussion from last month. Colliers, after that discussion, did reach out to the DOT to discuss the county's comment regarding a potential crosswalk near the intersection of Walcott and Beekman. So as we did offer at the last meeting, we sort of incorporated here, and I know Natalie pointed out there was still some cleanup, I guess, on the note or how we'd characterize it. But if DOT recommends ultimately, after the consultation, which Rich has already reached out, that a crosswalk should be installed, we will install it, and we'll include conditions on the plans and the resolution to modify that. And other than that, I can certainly turn it to either our lighting folks or however you all see fit. We're pleased to proceed, but let's kind of conclude this presentation.
Excuse me.
Yep. Sorry. So it's been a few months, so I want to thank the team for putting the notes on the elevations for the historic building so we could clearly review what was being retained, what's being replaced, and what's being replaced in kind. So those notes are now on the elevation of the historic north building for the board's review. I think many of the elements we've talked about previously in terms of what adds kind of the detail and the character to the building are shown as being retained and in many ways accented with a different color. They're not proposing what was shown in the renderings previously the past few meetings as kind of a red or a brick color is actually now being shown as a yellow-based tone called meadowlark. So it is, that slight different paint color has been used to kind of accent the historic details of the structure, which is in line with kind of the code's recommendations as well as those that we got from Dutchess County. Also, just a reminder for the board that the elevations were circulated to the State Historic Preservation Office for consultation and review. One of their comments was that a construction protection plan be produced for historic resources in the area during construction to preserve those. So I'm noting that comment as a potential condition to be provided prior to signature or prior to building permits. I am carrying across, I think that we discussed a lot at the last meeting, the crosswalk that was originally recommended by the county. And I think, I'll let the board speak for themselves, but I believe the preference that was discussed is there's already curb cuts there, encouraging folks to cross. So I think the preference of this board is that some crosswalk be implemented unless DOT is opposed to it.
Yes.
So I think that's the specification of the letter, not, I think that's the intent or that's the desire. And we'd like the applicant team to work with DOT to get that done. And then my fourth and final comment was, I was just trying to read the plans. There's two different, we talked a lot about privacy fencing along the rear portion of the property, which is a requirement in the code. I was seeing two details on the construction details. There's aluminum picket fencing and then privacy fencing. I couldn't tell which was going where, so I was just looking for clarification from the applicant and then also on the final plans about, because one's opaque and one's not, so just looking for.
Yeah, I'll Mike do that one now.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Mike. You're not plugged in? Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, the problem is my graphic is not showing on there. A little delayed. Okay, so I just prepared this graphic. I did notice that some of those line types on the plans were a little bit light on certain views. Yeah. Others were being, sort of covered by landscaping or other line work or contours. So I just prepared this graphic to kind of highlight the difference in the fence, in fall protection, and handrails. So the privacy fence runs along the east and south property line, and that's denoted in blue. So that is in front of a few retaining walls that do require some fall protections, and since it's right in front of it, that will act as the fall protection for those retaining walls. We have a couple other retaining walls that are interior to the project, one behind the new addition and then one behind the south building. Those are shown in a magenta color. Those are the aluminum picket fence that we would propose for fall protection. And then there's just a series of staircases throughout the project in between the historical building and the addition. Those handrails are shown in green on the plan. And we'll just make sure on the site plan that those are more clear. We'll put more labeling on them, where they start, where they end, what type of fence or handrail and what they are.
Thank you. That was it for my comments.
John?
So the applicant did update the stormwater pollution prevention plan. We did find that acceptable at this time. They will still need to submit a stormwater maintenance and easement agreement for the systems. They completed fire flow testing out on the site, but they are working with the building inspector as to whether the lines on the site, the water lines on the site need to be upgraded at this point or not, and if a hydrant needs to be on the site. So they are working with the building inspector and the fire chief on that. And then there was just some minor cleanup that had to be done on the utilities plan.
Go around the board. Any comments?
Yes, great.
Yeah.
Jordan here?
I'm not seeing him.
Jordan? Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to comment to him that he's doing a great job moving forward.
I can relay that.
There are a couple things that I think he should note if we could bring a note back to him.
Yep.
I know in the specification they just call it neon, it's not really neon, but it does have a neon effect where it's just a line of light. I think when you're, now that we could get into the nitty-gritty of design because we got a layout that's proper, at this point, you gotta watch the kind of super modern line of design versus the kind of old school architecture that seems to be happening here.
Okay.
So maybe think about in less of a neon line and more of like a grazer, something that could graze down the wall and bring some texture to the front of that building as opposed to bringing in an element that might not be appropriate. The only other comment I have on it, because it's really kind of moving along, is there might be a place to, especially for any hero trees that might be on the property, any larger trees, the incorporation of downlights from within inside the canopy of the tree shooting down. What it'll do is it'll connect the earth with the canopy of the tree together, so it's not just...
Right, not always up, coming down too.
Yeah, when you do that, you just get a bunch of like ghost trunks floating around and it has like a graveyard effect. But if you connect it to the grass, it kind of brings it forward.
Stealing the hero tree comment, by the way.
It's moving forward
It's
in a very
mine now.
nice way.
I own that now, copyright.
All yours. Oh, and lastly, there's this new element of these kind of vertical, I'm not even quite sure what it is, but on the entry, second story, there's these new lights that are kind of shining straight down, right? I don't know if it's like an AI rendering and it's kind of hallucinating about its beam spread a little bit, but it's, just have Jordan taking a look at that. I think that looks, it kind of has, once you start opening up that can of worm of starting to like the facades of these buildings, you really got to be sensitive of how you're going to carry that through and create a language. Right now, it's just a blunt stick. It's not a language, right? So try and find the vocabulary of that and just take it gently so it doesn't turn into like a neon line, which would be great. Otherwise, great job. It's looking good. Thank you.
Yeah, the comments that I made last month about the existing trees, both of them are not, there's one represented that's along the property line. The other one still is not showing in the landscape plan. And we're still showing trees that we're removing that are in the, that, unless my eyes deceive me, don't exist, which just makes me feel a little uncomfortable about the veracity of, you know, the plans and the representation of reality in the plan. That's it.
Yeah, so I just have a couple of questions about sheet 7 and the paint scheme for the historic home on the north building. And so it is helpful to have the notes with the colors, but I guess some things are called out in a very detailed manner and some things are not. So for example, the existing dental molding to remain on the tower, it's pointed out that's going to be painted the Meadowlark color. Then for the porch post and trim, it just says paint existing trim and porch post highlights in Meadowlark. Are the porch columns going to be the same color as the body of the house? Which is the, I guess, the Rookwood dark brown?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just questioning, because some, like I said, some things are noted very specifically and other things are not. So on the porch, the first-story porch on the existing home on the north building, the historic building, will the porch columns themselves be painted the same rookwood dark brown as the rest of as the siding in the house?
Yeah, that was the idea, and then we were recently talking about maybe, we'd go to like a charcoal gray just to differentiate those, but I'll make sure all those are noted on there.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more differentiation, because I think what's on there right now is there's a note for the dental molding in Meadowlark. There's a note for porch post highlights, which is, to me, that's the smaller elements of the posts.
Right.
There's no notes for the second-story porch columns or highlights to be handled in Meadowlark or given any special treatment. And
Is that on the second story of the addition, you mean?
the existing covered porch that's on the second story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's got 2 columns on it.
Right.
And also some of between the second and third story at the very north end, there's like a bit of a frieze board above the windows. Is there a different color for that? And maybe it's a little tricky to tell, but I would, when you look at the existing photos, you can see that, there's probably 3 or 4 different colors on the home, and the porch columns themselves are accentuated trim that separates the, second and third floors. And so just the vertical boards at the corners of the tower, I would like to see that differentiation maintained.
Okay.
Yeah, one other thing that I think this would benefit from is traditionally in Victorian houses, there's some sort of highlight color on these kind of details to pull them out. And when everything's sort of these dark colors now, and I think it'd benefit from adding highlight colors or accent colors for those details so that they aren't muddied and pushed into the background visually. I think that would benefit the design a lot. I also think it's better. The elevations are coordinated now. Some of the details are improved. I think that there's been progress on this, and there's also some concerns. The lettering of the sign, is not to my taste. There's some other things that I would want to comment and encourage you to include in the final design.
Just so I make sure that I'm getting all your notes about that. So on the new construction, on the addition, the new construction of the north building, are you saying add a little bit more contrast to that as well? Or because what we were trying to do is like use that accent color as one of the ways to differentiate the historic.
Just to be crystal clear on my comments, I was focused on the historic building because we
we
wanted to, in a subtle way, not like, I'm not saying go full on painted lady with I don't have comments about the color palette.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
But I want to keep pulling out the elements.
Okay, that makes sense, actually. I can see that. You could do a subtle variation so that it's not, so that all the detail in that and the newer construction isn't, but make it distinct from the original building.
But more variation.
A little more variation, and within a more subdued tonal range, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, what he said, I had the same impression. The new section, it does definitely look better, but it just looks a little bland. And I realize homogeneous would probably be a better word. A little more detail would accent.
And I'm glad Jim brought up the neon light thing. You have to be really careful because it can turn into, Las Vegas expressiveness real fast if you're not careful.
But I agree too. I think overall the designs, it's looking very pleasing.
We good?
Can I say a couple things too?
Yeah.
Again, can you put more detail into the elevations? Like all the sizes, corners, freeze boards, trim. The other thing I noticed, gutters, downspouts. Especially on the new side, that porch, you can potentially, you're gonna cover one of those columns with a downspout one way or the other, unless you're gonna get creative with some sort of Yankee gutter or something along those lines. But I don't see any gutters anywhere, that could block things. And just dimensions, on corner size, freeze, fascia, all that, so it's not left up to interpretation.
Okay.
That's all, thank you.
We'll take care of that.
And I'm gonna say that every time too, so.
Yeah. It's the new blank. Thank you. No sit down, stand up.
No, I can't. I need to ask you if you'd consider the draft resolution that you've had for a couple months just on this one. I know we've got some very specific comments, and I think REA is going to address them, I think, in what I would consider to be conditions of an approval. I think Brian is asking us to very precisely identify things that are approvable. It just needs to have the specifications so that when he goes to sign them down the road after all these conditions are satisfied, they'll be on file so that when whoever prepares those construction drawings knows this is what the board has approved and this is what will be installed. So the board had previously adopted a negative declaration back in February and then authorized and closed the hearing back in March and then scheduled for resolution for last month. So at this time the client or the applicant is looking for the board to consider potentially resolving on the application.
I don't have any problem.
We've got site plan approval and a special use permit.
And certificate of appropriateness. So to me, the question is on the paint stuff.
Yep.
Is that something that can be conditioned? Is that something that Natalie or John or Brian can review and make sure that it meets your comments? Or is that something that you feel that you need to see again in order to confirm that whatever comments you had about the paint coloring is implemented as...
Do we have samples here today?
Yep. We could probably craft a comment.
Can we see those?
Yep.
In an effort to make it straightforward would be, that the new paint scheme will maintain the differentiation of the architectural elements that is in the existing home right now, because I think most of the things I'm interested in accentuating are accentuated right now, so that might be a way to resolve it in an expedient but protective manner.
And I think shown, if you look at shown in the rendering, although we don't get a really straight on of that, right? And I think to your point, Len, they're not called out. Some of those details on the higher up, you can kind of see,
It's a tricky thing when you're
The rendering's hard, yeah.
When you're proving documents.
Yeah.
And some stuff is specifically called out and others are not.
Yeah.
Then it gets to be a conundrum a little bit. And we always remind ourselves that we're not approving renderings.
Yeah, no, it's the other. But I just meant towards the intent. Like, I think your intent is retain the differentiation that is on the existing structure and closer to what is shown in these renderings, right? It's kind of shown there, but it's just not called out on the elevations, and that's what the elevations need to get closer to, is documenting that very clearly.
But I think that's something that could be covered with language without...
Jennifer, you're comfortable that
being
covered that?
Yeah, as long as you're comfortable, I think, I can work with Natalie and probably Len also after the fact to make sure that the way I'm crafting this condition accurately captures exactly what it is that you want shown on the plan once it's submitted for final.
And, it's a great point about the gutters too. Will it be a historic, I think, especially on the north building, and I've seen new gutters in Beacon that are half round, that are kind of visually, they look appropriate for the design, so.
I mean, I think the gutter detail may be another way to differentiate if, if they're close but slightly different or something, because the emphasis on differentiating the historic north building has been, that's sort of a theme that we're trying to use. But yeah, I think, I mean, not like clashing, but if it was similar detail, but somehow different.
Sisters, not twins?
Yeah.
So it sounds like we
Also copyrighted.
It sounds like from the board standpoint, we are comfortable with that, correct? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Karen, seconded by Len.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we look at that?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I go?
Kevin, I'd like to keep this moving because we have some things. I don't mind if you look at it, but it's not a problem. But I want to keep this moving along because we've done all we can do with this applicant at this point. Okay.
Should I bring this back next month?
Yeah, you can carry it back. Yeah.
It's a heavy sample.
No, I mean, are we going to bring it back next month for?
It sounds like if we're within what we need to do in the language. I don't really know if you need to.
Can I leave the heavy ones here?
Leave the heavy ones downstairs.
Which of those samples, which one's the Meadowlark?
The what?
Of the samples in your hand, which one's the Meadowlark? Yeah.
Yeah, that's deciding.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it, and thank you.
You may need a couple more colors before you're done.
Okay, moving along to item number 4. Continue review of application for subdivision approval and site plan approval, 193, 195 Main Street Residential, 6-unit multifamily dwelling submitted by Casanova Lane Properties LLC. Did I do it right?
You did. Good evening, Acting Chairman. If I must say, the guy before that guy was even better than that guy. For the applicant, tonight I'm Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy & Fader. Tonight I'm also joined by our project architect, R.E.A. Siegel, and our engineer, Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design, and Rich DeAndrea of Colliers. The applicants are also joining us this evening, Mr. Barisha. As you noted, Acting Chairman, we are before you this evening for our continued review of the application for site plan and subdivision, in this case, a lot merger approval. As you know, the public hearing was opened back in February and then closed back in March, and then a draft approval resolution was set to be considered at your last meeting. The board didn't vote at that time and asked the applicant to provide some final details about the proposed refuse and recycling operations on the site, and then certain landscaping improvements that we've submitted for this meeting. So with that, we did provide those changes in our supplemental submission, and on that front, I'll just give you a brief overview of those updates as more fully detailed in our April 28th submission. As the board requested, additional details regarding the refuse and recycling management have been provided, which was correspondence in the form of a letter from Royal Karting. As a reminder, at the last meeting, we showed some video where Royal Karting came to the site and visited the property with its hauler truck and confirmed that it can pull into the site safely and maneuver off of Cliff Street through that driveway, which will keep the vehicles off the surrounding streets during pickup. Colliers did submit, at the board's request, a vehicle maneuvering plan as well for the site. And then in its most recent letter, Royal Karting confirmed that it will collect refuse from the property. It will back in its waste hauler into the site, connecting to Cliff Street, leaving the truck there while the refuse recycling totters are collected and emptied and then returned back to the garbage room that's on the site. If the driveway is in use, which was a question the board had, Royal Karting has said in that correspondence that they will either bypass the property and return later in the day or park on Cliff Street if there's space available. So they have some fail-safes built into the operation for the trash removal. But in no way, shape, or form will they be rolling bins out to store them on Cliff Street. So residential refuse and recycling, as we've noted, will be picked up weekly, and refuse and recycling from the restaurant will be picked up twice a week. So that typical refuse collection was between 8 and 4 p.m. We know there are certain comments about certain potential restrictions on the hours, which we're certainly amenable to. I can certainly direct Royal Karting that way. Additionally, the landscaping plan was modified to remove the planter boxes on Main Street that were proposed. Instead, we are proposing a green roof design for the one-story section of the addition over the proposed trash room and on a portion of the one-story section of the existing building. With the ground level landscaping and the green roof areas, that brings us over the 10% requirement for the CMS. I can't help it but add a little Taylor math. If you did also include the turf and grass paver areas, which the board has indicated it will not be considered, we'd be closer to about 15% of landscape area. But taking out all of the green pavers and other systems, now with the roof and the other improvements that are, in fact, landscaping, we're over that 10%. Finally, just one last item before I turn it over. We did, based on Mr. Russo's comments, we did update the survey and the formal lot consolidation plat that had been prepared by Beatty and Watson. While we had done that just before the April meeting, we've formally submitted it with this submission. So we did include in there locations of the existing and the proposed easement areas, including the access rights benefiting both the 8 and 10 Cliff Street properties. These easement areas and rights-of-ways were laid out in that survey. We also provided details, and of course, as I mentioned on the last meeting, but for the record, we're not proposing to limit any access rights for any of the adjoining property owners through this application. So with that, we're pleased to address any questions you might have.
Yep, I just have 2 comments, which Taylor partially stole per usual, but one is about the landscaped area. So as Taylor mentioned, they're now showing code compliance as long as the board determines that green roofs count towards landscaped area. So I think what I provided in my letter, I just tried to give you guys some of the language from the code there to help you with that determination. So in the CMS section, the language states that landscape areas shall be landscaped with trees, shrubs, or grasses in locations approved by the planning board to enhance the streetscape, provide a landscape rear yard or courtyard, and are found to be consistent with the intent of the CMS district. And then when you go to the purpose of the CMS district, there is a section in there that says the intent of this district includes promoting a vibrant, economically successful, and environmentally sustainable Main Street with pedestrian-oriented public realm and mixed uses. So I think that language in there, if the board was determined that a green roof does serve an environmental purpose, if it has been proven on the plans that this is some kind of environmental purpose in terms of stormwater management, there is language in the purpose and the intent of the CMS district that could allow you to consider that. But I think it is, I know we talked a lot about the pavers and why those wouldn't meet the intent there in terms of not always being able to be maintained as green and stuff, so it still is up to the determination of the board. But if the board does determine that green roofs count, then the calculations, I confirm the calculations are correct, that the 10% is met if those rooftop spaces are included. My other note was just about the refuse pickup. So I think this board, we've kind of seen them go through a few different iterations of how the refuse might be picked up. Just kind of, I think we landed on the truck coming onto the site to avoid bins being wheeled out and kind of clogging up Cliff. I think the one thing I do want to point out is that there is still quite a bit of maneuvering, right? The vehicle, as shown in the terrain plans, will have to kind of pull onto Commerce, have to pull head into Commerce, and then back up across Cliff to get into the driveway, which I think the plans show is doable. I think that and the hours just brought up 2 comments. The board has previously talked about that Cliff being busy, very busy during kind of school drop-off and pickup hours. So right now the hours being proposed are 8 to 4. That seemed to kind of conflict with that. So wanted to put that to the board in case we can discuss hours either being kind of earlier or later or in between those, a little bit more narrow window to avoid kind of the prime pickup and drop-off hours that are on either end of those. And then also, I don't know if this is possible, I guess this is a question for Jen's office, that since there is so much concern about how this is going to operate, I don't know if there's an ability to kind of have a review or an ability to kind of come to note this as something that we want to be observed during, after operation, to just ensure that the board's put a lot of thought into how this will happen and to ensure that that's happening as intended once the building's operational.
Yeah, I think, and we've done this in the past where the planning board in its approval resolution like sort of retains jurisdiction over the application. And here I think we could do it in one of 2 ways. One, reserve the right of the planning board to call the applicant back if there's an issue that arises with respect to the garbage operations, or just upfront require, a check-in period, at 1 year after the issuance of a CO for the building and everything's fully operational, the applicant has to appear before the planning board and give a report on how garbage operations are going. So I think those are
Jenna,
two ways we could do
just
it.
out of curiosity, how do you police that respective to the fact that who is it complaints, what triggers?
Enforcement,
Yeah.
typically it's complaints. Typically yeah, I mean, the building department doesn't have the resources to be checking on all properties at all times throughout the city, right? So most enforcement is through complaints, and issues arising.
So there's enough of a concern for us to be keeping an eye on it. If it's enough of a concern for us to be keeping tabs on it, we should probably just say, come back next year.
What's the reporting mechanism now in that case, David, in your mind? So in other words, they come back, they self-police. What do you envision as a mechanism of complaints, a mechanism? What?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it just have them come back in a year, because if it's not working and no one complains, it's never going to hit the radar screen.
Right, but what triggers? So if they come back, there are 2 complaints as opposed to 5. I'm just trying to find a measuring stick.
So I think in 1 year, the applicant comes back, provides a report to the planning board indicating that the Carter, when the garbage is being picked up, how it's being picked up, and confirming that it is in compliance with the site plan or it's not. And at that point, the board can ask for a report from the building department to find out, have there been any complaints lodged?
That's my control.
Yeah.
That's the control. Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, is that comfortable for you?
That's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
we record all complaints that come in
Okay.
in their file.
Okay, got it. And the only thing I would say, if we looked at something like that, is a mechanism of acceleration. So if there are a certain amount of complaints that happen, that review doesn't wait for a year.
Yeah, so you can put that the applicant is required to come back in 1 year after a certificate of occupancy is issued, or sooner in the event the planning board directs that.
And I would only add that they
be
need meritorious complaints, that's not just because someone disgruntled.
It had to hit the building department's mechanism.
They'll explore it if it merits. Yep, verified complaints, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, John.
I don't need to trademark that.
I said you had the hero trees.
So they have on-site stormwater being installed. We still need soil testing to be conducted for that. Stormwater maintenance easement agreement still needs to be submitted, and they still need to seek approval from City Council for utility easement.
James?
No comments.
No comments.
I've already commented extensively, I think.
I appreciate the fact that the roof garden was added. Interested to see how that works.
And that actually brings up an interesting question, is how do you feel as a board with respect to that roof garden, with respect to what Natalie was speaking about? How does the board feel about that?
Big picture, there's no other place that we've been able to identify to put green space. I agree the paver shouldn't count. Frankly, just given the built-up downtown nature of this district, it makes sense to be thinking about setting, I don't know if I want to use the word precedent, but getting this on the table, put it that way.
Hold on, Kevin?
Yeah, I think it's important that it would be beneficial if, like I said before, if these just were compliant from the beginning, right? And then we wouldn't have to go through what I think are sort of extraordinary means. I'm not a fan of the 10%. I don't think it necessarily is part of the traditional pattern of Main Street, right? For many of the additions. I think it adds a sort of a suburban, potentially mall-y kind of vibe to things. It's not the way that downtown was done. But I don't write the laws, you know?
No, thank you. Question for Natalie. I'm not averse to counting the roof garden. And just have a question about, is there any precedent-setting nature where, we get an application in the future where somebody's like, I want to do all my green space on the roof garden, and that ends up, we don't get a street tree or something because of that. Is that, could that happen, or is that feasible?
I mean, I think you get to, and Jen can respond to this, you get to respond to each application based on it, on the circumstances of that, right? And so there's language in here that in locations approved by the planning board, and there's language in the CMS code about strongly encouraging street trees where possible. So I think there's enough language in the code that if there was a space on site or the ability to add those, like for the example, there was street trees as part of this application. We're not counting that towards the landscaping because they're in the street, they're not on the site, right? So I don't think they exclude each other. I don't know, Jen, if you have anything.
I don't have a concern.
Okay.
I do not have a concern then, personally.
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
I don't have a concern. I think that in addition to some minor amount of stormwater management, it also provides, given the plants that they chose, it does provide an environmental benefit for pollinator habitat.
I'm not adverse to it. I just don't quite understand the rectangle that's on the existing building. What is that thing? It's like, what is that?
That's another food cart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the question? What is the rectangle?
Is it just there's a rectangle on the
Yeah,
existing building?
that's a green roof.
That's just
portion,
a green
yeah.
roof portion.
Yep. So we left a path, I guess I would call it the southeast side. There's a fire escape to the upper floor here, so their path to get to the lower fire escape is here, so we didn't extend it all the way to the edge of that roof, just to provide a way of ingress egress for that fire escape.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I'm beaming my thoughts to you, Acting Chairman.
I'm waiting.
That's it for us. We'd ask the board. Yeah.
Right.
So you do have a draft resolution available, and...
I'm sorry, may I add something?
Yeah, of course. Elevations.
Here we go again.
Details on elevations.
Elevations, dimensions.
We turn that mic off? Yeah.
Header, freeze board, all of it. There are no dimensions to go off of. So please add them, so.
In future applications, I think we'll direct colleagues to keep that very tidy for all purposes.
It's not fair to the applicant, honestly, or us to try to figure out what the sizes are when they're not there.
Can you repeat that in a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's here all night.
Hang on to your hat. We're just warming up for what is to come.
So you do have a draft resolution, and we will add the condition about adding the details on the elevations to Brian's satisfaction. And then also that point about the garbage operations on the report back to the planning board. I have that the applicant shall return to the planning board 1 year after issuance of a CO to provide a written report on refuse operations. And the planning board reserves the right to require the applicant to return to the planning board sooner than 1 year in the event the city receives verified complaints about the refuse operations. So with those modifications, you can entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
With those modifications, can I entertain a motion to approve?
Motion.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
That was a no?
That was a no.
Okay. So James is a no.
James is a no.
5-1. All right. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
I'm going to sit down now.
Yep. You'll be
Yep,
back.
so that was approved 5-1.
Chairman, I'm recused from the next item, so I'll step outside and then come back in for
You can
84.
sit in, I'll just chair.
Hi, good evening. Jay Blumenfeld. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So we're moving on to item number 5, continuing review of amended concept plan approval, 248 Tyranda Avenue, residential, submitted by Beacon 248 Holdings LLC. Welcome.
Thank you. So Jay Blumenfeld, Beacon 248 Holdings LLC. I'm joined tonight by Kyle Aaron, who's our civil engineer, and Alex Blakely, who's the project architect. And just to pick it up from, I believe, the main point where we left off last time, we have been requested to produce 3 more renderings with different vantage points as laid out. We did go ahead and Alex's team got that put together, and at the same time, I believe that they're, just to reiterate, we're hopefully if we do get a concept plan approval, there's plenty of items discussed that we would go back to and figure out during site plan and get all those details in line. So if the board would like, we could just jump into those 4 new renderings. This is the renderings that on the screen that were previously approved, not approved, I'm sorry, previously submitted. And so this is just a vantage point from the water side, the east side, and I think we could just, this is a vantage point, again, previously submitted, that shows the parking lot side. And I think the next one is the first new one, which is, there was a discussion last time about a rendering from Neville's Ave, and I think we discussed that we should try to do that about halfway up the street. This is a little further down than halfway, because if you go halfway up, you really don't see much of the building at all, because if you look at the left side of the rendering, the tree, that's where you have a hard stop in your vantage point. And the next one is from the creek. It's from, I'm sorry, Walcott Avenue, and this is kind of zoomed in as well, because you really wouldn't see anything if you're fully on the bridge, but I think we discussed centered on the bridge, above the creek looking south. And the next one, and this was taken with the property owner's permission, is a vantage point from what it would look like at the end of Christie Drive, and you could make out a little bit of the building behind the trees there. And there's one more that was not requested but was spoken about a little bit last time, where I think a lot of the conversation in terms of the massing of the project centered around how the feeling of walking down the Greenway Trail would be, and I believe the chairman had brought up last time the displeasure with walking below those balconies behind the 2 existing buildings, and Alex and his team has been working on a concept to try to avoid those issues and bring the trail a little bit closer to the water, and try as much as possible to work with the terracing, which again, if we do get granted the concept plan approval, will work with the planning board to refine as many details as possible to alleviate and help that situation. I think otherwise that's pretty much what was discussed, and in terms of things like DOH, the SWIP, and a few other items, we obviously have, if the concept plan gets approved, quite a lot to go through and submit and refine details.
Just start around the board for a second. Right? Just get the feeling, David, to start with you, from what you're seeing based on what's presented, just your thoughts.
The additional renderings definitely do help get a better idea of how this is going to sit. And I mean, one thing that does come out, which makes sense, is the bulk of the visual impact is from a couple, a handful of properties across the creek. Notably, this entire area was previously occupied with industrial buildings, and it does have, in broad strokes, a similar feel to that, which I know is one of the design objectives for the FCD district. Yeah, that's.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Ken?
Yeah, I'm not very happy with the way that this is going to present itself from the rest of the city. The bulk, I think, is wasn't intended as part of the original design intent for the zone, and I'm not happy with the way that this process has gone forward. And I don't think I'm ever going to be happy with this as a way to deal with difficulties that an applicant has with a property. Okay.
Looking at the rendering that is sort of looking south down the Fishkill Creek, I think what I find to be a kind of a relief is that the development is kind of set back from the shore enough that it really doesn't impose itself on the landscape of the creek. There's another development that I won't name that's on the opposite end of the creek that's situated on a bend, and when you look in the opposite direction from the Walcott Avenue Bridge, that other development is reflected in the water like a playing card when the waters are still. And that, I have found, was an unanticipated but really jarring and unpleasant imposition of the design of the building on the creek. This doesn't do that, and I really appreciate that. I've been walking my dog along the trail, and looking, kind of looking at the vista of the creek. The existing buildings, I don't feel that they interfere with the enjoyment of the natural setting. So in general, I think I'm kind of encouraged that, that even though the new buildings would be sort of taller in and of themselves, their roof height would be in line with the other existing structures. So, yeah, generally my experience walking this area is that it's not a, for me, it doesn't detract from the environment around it. And I've also, on those walks, walked down Neville's and then taken the trail back to Walcott. So I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on the setting. And, yeah, I don't find the development to be, unpleasing, so.
I agree that the bulk of the imposition of the buildings are on the east side, along the east facade, and I think that looking at a way to break up even further, like I appreciate the step backs. I think that they help with the massing of the building. I would suggest you look at ways to go even further using landscape elements, whether it's built in. I have to say the building at the corner of Main Street and Shank, where they have a planter built into the facade, really helps break up the bulk of the facade. I would look at, I think the landscape plan is going to be very important for the eastern elevation, and I would encourage you to look at ways to further break up the vertical, the imposition of the vertical facade on the east side.
James?
I agree with a lot with what Len was saying, and I kind of thank you for noticing something that has driven me crazy about that reflection of the Titanic in the water. I think somehow these buildings are unobtrusive. They don't bother me. I think they have a good height to them. They break up nicely for me. I don't necessarily have an issue with them. I think I'm really appreciative of pulling the walkway away from your building. The other two buildings that exist, you feel like you're walking into somebody's own private kind of walkway, and it just, there's something odd about that experience. And this little rendering kind of feels nice. And I want to second what Karen was saying, was that the landscape in here is going to be so very, very important. And I would encourage you to also give it some kind of very kind of sophisticated lighting to go along with it.
Sure, and I'll just say that on the landscaping side, it's something we've talked about a lot. I don't think Alex and his team had enough time to really incorporate as much as they might have wanted to, but we are working actively with, I think the board knows Deborah Adamson, and we're going to continue working with her as the plan is to progress and figure out what else we could do with the landscaping elements, because we feel that is so much of the property. And
well, what seems to be so important about these walkways along these buildings is, the landscaping when it comes in is great, but then the maintenance of it seems to go. The existing buildings tends to be overgrown. Even the lighting bollards are like overgrown with grass and such, and that's my concern about all these pathways that go along the creek is, are you going to maintain it? Right? The other side of 90 right now is just kind of falling into disrepair. I would also say if you could kind of be careful about where you put your benches. There's a tendency along these paths also to put these little like private seating areas for benches that just turn into kind of really, could be night dangerous areas.
I understood.
Yeah. Anyway, it looks nice.
So they did update the EAF narrative, included all the comments. The conclusion mitigations proposed are reasonable at this point in the review process. I mean, there's going to be a lot more detail forthcoming as they develop the plans. So the rest of the comments I have actually deal with updated SWIP plans, so on and so forth.
Yeah, Brian.
I'm good.
What? You said it was for every.
Goldens. Come on.
I will ask Alex to put dimensions on our.
You're not there.
Yeah,
when we get there, God willing.
I think to the point that the board constantly reiterate is, even at this level, as much detail of what actually can happen, so that what we're looking at and considering is important, because it helps us with helping you, and it becomes a win-win at that point. But you've heard our comments.
Understood, and we fully intend to learn from mistakes that we made, and also sitting by many of these meetings has been informative to see various items that might not have been as obvious.
So the board does have before it draft secret documents and a draft LWRP resolution, Local Waterfront Revitalization Program. The SECRA neg deck is your third amended negative declaration on this project. There have been several iterations over the years since it was initially approved. This amended negative declaration, again, similar to the other application we had on tonight's agenda, looks at the changes from the prior approval between that and what they're proposing now. So it looks at the changes of eliminating the 25,000 and change square foot office building and instead building 2 residential buildings with 136 units, 27 of which are below market rate. In addition to the dog run, the pollinator garden, and other ancillary improvements that they are proposing as part of the modification. So that document is on the website. It's been circulated to the board. If you have any questions, we can talk about it, but otherwise you can make a motion to adopt the third amended negative declaration, and then we can talk about the LWRP resolution.
I have a question. At this point, in terms of the impact on traffic, like how do we assess that?
Yeah, so the applicant did prepare an updated traffic assessment to look at the difference between the project with the office building and the project with the residential units. And that is in here. So it will result in the proposed project with the 2 buildings of residential will result in 24 additional vehicle trips during the weekday AM peak hour and 18 additional vehicle trips during the weekday PM peak hour. And the analysis concluded that the intersection at Walcott and Tyranda does have sufficient capacity to address those, that incremental increase in vehicle trips.
Did our consultant have a chance to review this?
We did not send this to Creighton Manning, just because of the
I was under the impression
increase.
it was sent.
To Creighton Manning?
We got a bill for 10 hours of work.
It may have been sent by the city council, but I
Yeah.
was not aware of that.
I don't, yeah.
So that's what the applicant's professional consultant concluded. Yeah, because of the small number of the increase in trips, the board hadn't requested that it get sent to Creighton Manning.
Should we? I mean, I'm just saying, can we say we've taken a hard look if we haven't had our consultant review it?
I think you can. I mean, I think, frankly, I was surprised that adding, typically residential would be less traffic than a commercial. Granted, it is a smaller square footage of commercial.
It's a pretty significant number of units.
25,000 square feet versus, the 136 units. I mean, I'm not a traffic professional, so I can't really weigh in on.
It's an extremely.
These wouldn't have been retail businesses. They
No.
wouldn't have been like restaurants
Office.
and like,
It
right.
was
so-
office, as it was approved.
It's an
Right.
extremely short light on the Tyranda side. And I just wonder
So-
if that will need any adjustment in the future.
Well, that
You
can be
can-
adjusted.
Yeah.
What can't be adjusted readily is how big the road is.
And
How
can I
big
bring
the
up
what is?
one thing that I just, on this quick perusal?
Mm-hmm.
The consistency with community plans and community character of the proposed action is not inconsistent with adopted community plans and community character.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of effort put into the original Fishkill Creek zoning, and this changes, and it's not compliant with that zoning, so I don't know how that's.
So the city
What's
council,
the,
yep, we talked about this at a prior meeting with the city council, has made a determination basically to waive
To-
or otherwise modify that, that zoning threshold. I think you're talking about the
Is that brought
height.
up in the description here, though? Is that?
It is not, but it's
why?
deemed to be a compliant project for secret purposes. Where we do talk about the building height is in the aesthetic section, I believe it was. Yep, on page 5, impacts to aesthetic resources. We talk about the fact that it says, buildings 100A and 100B maintain the same or similar roof line to the existing residential buildings, but are taller in terms of height and stories due to the change of grade. The proposed buildings will appear as 5-story buildings at the Fishkill Creek rear elevation, which will differ from the existing buildings. But renderings of the proposed condition do not reveal publicly accessible view sheds that are significantly out of character for the area, particularly considering the site was formerly occupied by an industrial factory building. However, further information concerning screening of rooftop equipment shall be provided during detailed site plan review to ensure rooftop mechanicals are sufficiently screened from view. And I think that's consistent with a lot of the comments I just heard from board members.
Can Kyle give a little just clarity on the parking, on the traffic?
Yeah, just to give a little additional context there. So, the reason that the 24 additional trips were determined to be insignificant is that when the study was originally done in 2013, it found that an additional 200 to 300 trips would be what would be required to change the level of service from A to B. And then we looked at the DOT information that showed traffic in that area since 2013 has only increased by about 1%. So, we're not close to a threshold there. We're way under still.
So the motion at hand, or potential motion, the motion at hand is to Jennifer, if we just
don't think there is a motion.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't think there is a motion at hand.
Okay, Jennifer, at this point, did you?
So at this point, it's up to the board. I mean, you have the draft documents. I think we've talked through some of the questions, so I think at this point, it's your call. Do we have a motion to approve the negative declaration?
Yep, so do I have
As
a motion
drafted
to approve
or not?
the declaration as presented? The amended, this the third amendment, right? Do I have that motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Kevin, no. James?
Second.
Second.
Sorry, it was Karen and James
Yes,
for motion,
Karen.
okay.
Karen, then James.
Karen, right, but.
And Kevin, no.
And Kevin was the no. Okay, so it is adopted 5-1. Okay, so then we can move on. The next item that you have before you on this application is the LWRP consistency determination. And so you initially did an LWRP consistency determination in 2019, and for each of the updates that have occurred over the past couple of years, with modifications to the plan, what the board has done is revisited the 2019 LWRP consistency determination and reaffirmed that. So that is exactly what this resolution does. It goes through the history of the application and states that the planning board hereby readopts and reaffirms its June 11, 2019 LWRP consistency determination for the project as reaffirmed on November 9, 2021 and May 14, 2024, and finds that the amended concept plan and third amended site plan continues to be consistent with the relevant policies of the LWRP.
Can I get a motion to?
Motion.
Have a second?
Seconded by Len.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion was Jim, right?
Jim.
Yeah. No. Motion by Jim, seconded by Len. And I think that was unanimous. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Okay, adopted 6-0.
Have a good night.
Thank you, too. Moving on to item number 6, review of application for subdivision approval, 84 Anderson Avenue, residential, submitted by Sandhana Gupta.
Good evening, I'm Dan Kohler with Hudson Land Design. We're the engineer for the owner and applicant Sadhana Gupta. Well, I'm trying to get this technology going here. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So what we have is approximately a half-acre parcel at 84 Anderson Street. It's on the north side of Anderson Street. It's in the R1-10 zoning district, and there's an existing single-family home, detached garage, former pool deck, and some other dilapidated structures that are on the site. What we're looking to do is we're looking to propose a subdivision here. 2 lots would be created out of this parent lot. In the R1-10, you have an 85-foot average lot width requirement. The existing parcel is 160 foot in width, but the applicant and owner was recently before this board for the 74 Anderson Street subdivision and still maintains control of the lot 1 of that filed map that was created by a subdivision of the parcel at 74 Anderson Street, which was into a 2-lot subdivision as well. So in having that control, what we've done is we've moved a lot line on Lot 1 of filed map 12891. We moved it as far as we basically could, where we would maintain the required lot width for that Lot 1, and also by not encroaching into an existing sanitary sewer easement we have. So Lot 2 of that subdivision has a sanitary sewer service connection that runs through the front of Lot 1. So that easement is not impacted by this, but there's an exact point where that sanitary easement crosses the right-of-way, and that's the beginning of our property line. So then we have, just to not confuse things, I labeled these as Lot A and Lot B on this subdivision. And recognizing Natalie's comment that there are a couple of inconsistencies between the bulk table and this. Everything is compliant on these for Lot B and for Lot 1. And Lot A, we've now still just slightly short on the average lot width. So we're looking to get a little over a 3-foot variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for that lot. Relatively minor ministerial type of change, but nevertheless, 3.6 feet is 3.6 feet. So we'll have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals in order to continue this forward. So what we did was on the lot development plan, we showed what was approved previously for Lot 2, and we've altered Lot 1. The driveway has shifted slightly to the west. We are maintaining 5 feet to the property line, consistent with all of our driveways in the residential zones. Lot A would have a new single-family home driveway. This driveway is actually at a location of an existing curb cut that serves the existing lot. It's not necessarily detailed well on the survey, but that driveway generally comes in through here. Then there's a hedgerow, and then there's another driveway that comes in that heads towards the garage. So with regard to Lot B, we're looking to maintain that existing driveway location again and maintain the hedgerow and come on in. With this lot, number 92, I believe is number 92, and Anderson Street. The house is relatively close to the property line, and there's a number of trees there. The grade drops off pretty significantly, so what we're looking to do is we're proposing a small retaining wall on the east side of the driveway, which would actually reinforce some of the area where the trees that are here are being undermined. There's actually a large groundhog hole there, and there's a number of the tree roots are actually exposed at this point there. So by putting in this retaining wall, we're not going to grade up against the property line or those tree roots. We would be able to fill behind the retaining wall to give a little bit more stability and soil behind that retaining wall to help those trees maintain and survive. New water and sewer connections are proposed for all of the lots, and that's about it.
Yeah. My comments are pretty limited for subdivisions, right? We're kind of looking generally at code compliance and kind of proper labeling. So sheet numbering there was a little bit of off numbering there, so just properly numbering the sheets. I think it was out of the final number changed between sheets, whether it was out of 6 or 7. You already noted the lots are all compliant with the minimum lot area, but there was a discrepancy between what was being shown on the subdivision plan and the regulation table, so we'll get those lined up. Noted the variance that the applicant discussed, and then I think my 2 comments were really about the driveway on Lot B. So I appreciate that you've kind of shown retention of the existing trees there. I feel like you've been in front of us with enough subdivisions that you've heard that enough. But so the existing trees being retained, I think it was helpful to hear about the retaining wall. I think just noting kind of protection and retention of those, because it is going to be pretty tight between that property that is close to their property line at 92 Anderson. And then I was clarifying, I couldn't tell the dimension for the setback, the 5-foot setback, so it looks like that's maintained on all of them at minimum too. So those are my comments, some corrections.
John? So they did do a INI study. The conclusion of that, there was no inflow into the sanitary system from the site, the existing structure that is there. There are some modifications required on the subdivision plat and the grading utility plan. Basically, some of the distance and bearings need to be added to the plans, and one of the distance and bearings represented is for a line that is actually being removed. And then we were just asking on Lot 1 that the sewer for servicing Lot 2 be darkened so we can clearly see it through. And that was it.
Up around the board. James?
No comments.
Nothing at the moment.
No questions?
No. Oh, sorry. David?
No, I don't have any comments either.
So, this application is subject to secret, it's an unlisted action, so you can authorize circulation of your notice of intent to be lead agency. The other involved agency is the zoning board, since they do need a lot width variance. So you can take that action tonight if you choose. The other action you could take tonight is to formally refer this to the zoning board for their consideration of the lot width variance, keeping in mind, though, that you would need to complete SECRA before the zoning board would be able to act on that variance application. So if you like, you could authorize preparation of SECRA documents for your next meeting, and in the interim, the zoning board can consider your notice of intent prior to your next meeting, so we don't have to wait those full 30 days.
Throwing this out there, if the variance is granted, this is basically an of-right application, right?
Then it would be deemed zoning compliant at that point.
Would it make
'cause they
sense
would
to not designate ourselves as lead agency and have zoning board do that instead, since they're basically passing off on the actual merits of this the way it's working out?
But remember then, the zoning board is going to have to also look at all of the other secret impacts, tree removal, water, sewer, like everything that we look at, and stormwater. I don't think they're really used to looking at all those issues.
Actually be saving time, okay.
So can I have a motion first?
Motion to circulate notice of intent to act as lead agency.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And
Aye, sorry.
The zoning referral?
Yeah.
would be the next one.
Motion to refer this application to zoning.
Motion to refer this to application to zoning?
Second? Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And if you would like secret documents prepared for your next meeting.
Motion for secret documents to be prepared for next meeting.
Motion for secret documents to be prepared for next meeting.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. James.
James.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
There's no elevations on this one, right?
So, Lot B, the new lot, what is the distance from the existing house to the new Lot B line, side yard?
So this is the existing, right here?
So-
Those are going to be raised or demoed.
Oh, that house is going?
Yes. Yeah. So this is the existing configuration now with the detached garage. And then the new configuration is a new driveway, new house.
With structures all moving further away from the 92 Anderson, right? Because the garage is currently closer to that property line.
Yes, that is true. Yep.
Okay.
Does that clear that up, Brian?
Oh, so that line already exists. I see. Okay, nope, thank you. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to item number 7, review of application for amended site plan approval, 364 Main Street, mixed-use commercial residential, submitted by 364 Main Street BCN LLC.
Chair, my firm works with the applicant's firm in other municipalities, so I also have to recuse myself from this one.
Natalie, are you leaving then? Okay,
Unless you need me.
yeah, just sorry to interrupt for a second. Anything, before you go, and this is for later on the agenda, is there anything that we should be considering in terms of infill housing proximal to National Historic Register homes? We have an application coming up later this evening for a new single-family home in a sort of ultra-modern passive house design that is proximal to Eustacia on, you know, which is that 1840 Whittier home.
So is there anything in the code? I mean, I haven't looked at it, but I can look at.
We sometimes, you know, unfortunately, in the second half of the agenda, we lose our consultants, we lose our attorney, and sometimes issues are not small, you know, and so that's one that I just, you know.
Yeah, I would say for anything like that where you need additional guidance, either letting us know in advance of the meeting that that's an application that you need additional guidance on, or you may want to hold over your decision and then refer to, you know, Natalie or to myself or to John, any questions that you have about the application, and we can address it for the next meeting.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay for this. I just haven't looked at the materials at all, so I wouldn't be able to comment on it.
So I would
tonight.
recommend to the board that we get some assistance on that one.
You're talking about item 1? On the
This,
certificate of appropriateness?
yeah, hold on a second. Let me go to the agenda and just make sure that, yes, Monell Place, new single-family home.
Yep, okay.
Happy to look at it. I just haven't looked at it, if that's okay.
No, so.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Do you want to give the applicants a heads up?
Yes, and is the applicant
They're here,
here?
yes.
For item 1, okay. So, there's going to be some additional consideration to look at this with our professionals. So we're going, but they haven't had the chance to review the information as of yet. So because of that, and this should go around the board to see how the board feels about this, holding this over. Jane?
So just real quick, if there's other productive discussion that you can have with the applicant tonight, since the applicant is here, I would encourage you to have that discussion, and then whatever, you know, discrete issues you would like either Natalie's office or my office to look at for the next meeting, we're happy to do that. But I wouldn't want you to lose an opportunity to have a discussion.
I was just explaining to them what is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask them to do anything other than let them know there's going to be additional review of whatever is being presented by professionals based on Lynn's request, respectively, and some of the board members also, so that they're aware of it, that we may not be able to take action on this tonight.
Yeah.
So we can hear the presentation.
We can hear the presentation, but we may not be able to take action on it tonight.
Why would that be?
Because I'm asking for our planner just to weigh in on potential impacts of this new construction proximal to a National Historic Register home, you know, Eustacia, that is, you know, proximal, and because of, and part of it because of the too similar, too dissimilar. It just that I have a major concern about some of the impacts on Beacon's historic fabric of infill housing proximal to significant historic homes.
So I would encourage you to have that conversation when this item gets called up on the agenda, at the ARB agenda. But we should probably move on with the other agenda items.
Yeah, now we have to move on, but I just...
Yeah.
The one other thing that if I could, before I leave, that I would give as guidance is you can submit for consultation, I think, even for National Register items, so you can submit plans for improvements through the SHPO CRIS platform and get that state consultation as well as individuals.
Yeah, I just wanted the applicant to be aware of that. that stuff. Okay, so we're going to move on to 364. Thank you very much for your patience.
No problem. And if I may compliment that prior attorney in the blue suit, really did a great job, very succinct. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant, 364 Main BCN LLC, who's the owner. Tonight I am joined by the project architects Jason Anderson and Andy Woodrum, both from ADG Architects, and we're also joined by Eric Baxter from ownership and the development team for the project. As you mentioned, Acting Chairman, we are before you tonight to introduce the applicant's amended site plan application, proposing certain architectural changes to the previously approved building program, in addition to formalizing certain field changes, both existing and proposed for the site. As most of you from the board will recall, the applicant's predecessor in interest received site plan approval from the board back in April of 2022, and that again was for a 3-story mixed-use building that fronts on Main Street, comprising of first-floor commercial space and 20 apartments in the second and third floors above, as well as associated site improvements on the parcels that are both on Main Street and Eliza Street, consisting of about just under an acre. For ease of reference, we're referring to the existing approval as the approved project. The property is located in the CMS zoning district as well as the transitional district, and this is one of those rare sites that's not in the city's historic district landmark overlay, sort of like an anomaly on Main Street. Several months prior to the original approval, back in January of 2022, the planning board did adopt a neg deck for the approved project in accordance with seeker. As was detailed in those documents, the approved project contemplated 3 stories, just under 9,000 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, and residential space on the second and third floors for 20 apartments and 31 total bedrooms. The approved project also included a total of 42 off-street parking spaces to be accessed by the 2 existing driveway connections to Main Street and Eliza Street, while eliminating a 3rd driveway connection on Main Street for the western portion of the property. So of course, this is the old bank that has been adaptively reused. Landscaped areas were also included as part of the approved project in accordance with your landscaping requirements. The application is before you this evening does not propose any revisions to the approved project's unit count, the commercial square footage, or the number of parking spaces or the vehicular access. The changes that are before you for tonight for the site plan amendment application, both completed to date and proposed, instead relate to the architectural features of the building, such as the fenestration, the material selection, in addition to the rooftop deck configuration, and accessibility of the front entrance of the building that were encountered during the build-out and adaptive reuse of this building, and we'll call those the amended project that's before you. So as we'll have Jason review with you shortly, we understand that some of the contemplated or completed changes were reviewed and approved by prior building inspectors. We tried to lay this out in our letter in what we call buckets to kind of explain field changes and those that were proposing or those were considered field changes. But for the purposes of this application, whether it was he said, she said, or Santa Claus, and Santa Claus had some interesting points, these are all before you. So we're all here to discuss those field changes or approvals as the amended project. As we detailed in our April 28th submission to you all, we are requesting by the site plan amendment application review and consideration of the changes for the approved project, again, whether they're field or proposed, and to more formalize this and clarify for the record of proceeding and for the building department in this matter. Before I do turn to Jason, just one more piece of background information. The applicant's predecessor in interest for timeline purposes did receive a building permit from the then city building inspector on February 7th of 2023 and subsequently commenced construction of the project. We understand that the construction drawings that were approved as part of that building permit application included certain variation from the approved project, namely the removal of the corbelling of the brick facade and the replacement of a flat brick plane. This is proposed to remain as part of the approved project. Subsequently, and these are laid out in our letter, but I think it's just helpful to kind of go through these specifically. Subsequently, in July of '24, the applicant purchased the property and continued its construction efforts. Prior to this conveyance, we understand that the applicant and their predecessor secured several field changes from the then building inspector in around January of 2024. Specifically, those changes including removing Juliet balconies on the west and east elevations from the building design and replacing them with operable double windows, and then removal of the fire-rated windows in the stairwell and rooftop lobby. Both were proposed, which are proposed to remain. An additional field change that was secured was replacing the stair and elevator bulkhead cladding from thin brick to fiber cement board, and this change is proposed to revert back to brick before this board. Since that time of these prior field changes under the prior building inspector, we understand that the applicant has also met with the current building inspector on site, one of those meetings dating back to October of '25, to review the building as it was under construction, discuss additional field changes that resulted from certain grade discrepancies. That's the front of the building or the adaptive reuse of the old building. We understand that these changes were coordinated on site back in October to ensure code compliance and then barrier-free ADA access. So by the inclusion of the stairs and the ADA ramps, this has not been installed, but the applicant is contemplating and preparing to install these over the next several weeks. A second ramp on the eastern side and the front of the building that we're going to again present to you tonight. Revisions to the planter locations in front of the buildings are resultant from those changes in the grade that were resulted based on the field conditions, and that will be discussed in just a moment. In the meantime, one project change that is proposed to be reverted to the original design is the replacement of the flat trim on the commercial storefront with a crown profile. Additional project changes that are proposed to be further revised include installation of storefront panels. This is proposed to remain, but with the addition of painted decorative PVC trim, and then the rooftop deck layout because it needs to better accommodate the HVAC. Additional changes that are proposed to be maintained in the current form include the following, which is the use of full depth brick. The original approval had a thin brick veneer, but the applicants went ahead with a full brick installation for the construction. Straight brick window head details instead of arched. 4-inch cast stone sills where the construction documents conflicted with that specific size. Recessed entryway for the residence instead of the projected canopy from the original, and then rear steel beams to be painted black, as opposed to being wrapped in a polymer trim. So with that background, I'm going to have Jason run through these visually, but just to set this, I guess procedurally, as we're before you before an amended site plan, the applicant did meet with the building inspector, the city attorney, and the city engineer to discuss the amended project back in April, and then at the end of our discussion tonight, we will ask that the board consider scheduling its public hearing for your June meeting, and then consider declaring itself lead agency for the seeker review. So with that, Jason will please walk you through visually where we are and where we're going.
Great. So good evening, Jason Anderson, ADG Architects. So just a little background. So we were brought in about a month ago to scan the building from the exterior with a 3D scanner, be able to document the actual existing conditions that are there, compare it to the original documents so that we could transparently show what's changed, and so what was approved, what we have out there, and then also to prepare some documents to see what can be done to try to mitigate what's already been done out there. So it's a little bit of a unique application and package. We've never put this type together before, but essentially what we've done is we tried, for your benefit, to just grab the pertinent documents from the previous approval, put those out there. So if you look at the package, that is the first three documents that you see. So the first one is a site plan. This shows the original approved sort of access point for the front of the building. This, of course, contemplated that the grade was a bit closer to what the existing sidewalk is, which is not the case out there. So we'll get to in a second. The second page shows actually what was approved when it comes to the facade. So both the renderings that were there as well as the exterior elevations that are part of that. So we use this document as our way to compare with what was actually built to what was there. The third page shows the approved roof plan. So this, what you see here is the roof patio deck that was proposed and contemplated at the time of the approval as well. A few things to note when you're looking at this. This is where the HVAC equipment was to be located at that point. This was, of course, part of the planning board approval, so I doubt that was actually designed at that point because the construction documents weren't completed at that point. So those are just really for your reference. They're in your files historically. The next page that we included, this was were field changes that were discussed out at the site. So this really is what was just previously discussed, had primarily to do with access. So what ends up happening here is the grade along the street, we go from about 8 inches to our patio level to the sidewalk to almost 20 inches, 22 inches, I believe. So trying to address that, trying to come up with other ways of ramping up. We have to ramp up not only to the commercial space, but also to the residences that are along that, the side there. So as part of that, before we were involved, this was the document that was reviewed on site. These notes were made and then sent to the building department just as at this point it said that they were sent on October 30th, and that was really to be able to document what was discussed out there. A few other things that did come up that were part of this were some adjustments such as adding a French drain in one location, which I believe there was a comment on. A few other things because of the grade changes, adding a few stairs in order to be able to address the grades that were out there, and as well as adjusting some of the details at the sidewalk, it appears. So I think Mr. Russo and the applicant had discussed that as well out there because of trying to address how to get those ramps to work. So that takes you through to where we got involved, which essentially was to develop a set of as-built conditions and to try to just simply identify just on this set what has changed. So if you look here, the image to the left is an actual image that was taken 3.5 weeks ago. So that's what we see here. On the right is a rendering that we prepared that is based on the field scan that we did out there. Then we did the rendering based on that, just so you can see, because we're going to be contemplating those renderings further. So we wanted to show that our rendering matches what's out there. The difference and the reason we created the rendering is because the construction fencing that's out there and of course the front patio is not done. So you'll see that we are showing that here in the rendering so that you can see. So a few things, the notes that are on the elevations really are just to try to identify the discrepancies. So the bulkheads that are shown at the top there, those were clad in hardy as opposed to the brick that was originally called out. The precast that Taylor mentioned, the approval drawings from the planning board originally show or call out a 6-inch sill. The construction documents show a 2 3/8-inch sill. What was installed was a 4-inch sill out there, precast. So just trying to capture all of these. The approval documents on the elevation show an arched AZAC head above the windows that's applied. The rendering showed a soldier course across that head. What was installed out there was a brick soldier course. As Taylor also mentioned, full brick was installed out there as opposed to the thin brick that was called out. And then a few other things that were brought out. There was, on the original documents, we noticed that there was an exposed beam that was right here, and that was a steel beam. The brick was brought down over that, we noted when we were out there, so essentially that steel beam is now covered. The columns that are out there, the AZAC was called out to be wrapping those steel columns. What's out there now is painted columns. And the other more significant items are the removal of the fire-rated windows that are in the stairwell as well as the elevator lobby. So these were removed in these two locations. And in addition, where we're pointing to here, these were doors at that location, but there were Juliet balconies and railings that covered the bottom of those there. And then finally, the storefront. There was storefront called out on the original approval documents through the planning board. However, it did call in the construction documents for those to be stick-built wood, and then aluminum windows or storefront were installed out there. The base of those aluminum windows, there's a flat panel. There was a raised panel detailing that was incorporated or was included in the original approval. So this is what the as-built was. We tried to identify all of those items to share that with you. Next step is we took that field sketch that was out there. that we had looked at, and we tried to actually show what that would end up being, and so that's what we're showing here. We got all the ramps to work, access, so these are the 2 points. There were planters shown originally. We're showing those as well here. However, in order to make up the grade, we've got this is actually a 22-foot or 22-inch difference, so we have a 22-foot long ramp. In order to do all of that, we had to adjust how those planters would work in that location in order to make that work. The next page, so this is really where I think we are at today, is to say, okay, so we know there's differences. We try to document all of that. What can we do, the applicant do, to try to correct some of those? What is the board willing to negotiate as part of that? So what we're showing here now is essentially everything we looked at on the as-built. However, we took it and said, let's work through a few of these items. So what we're proposing is to remove the fiber cement and turn that back into brick up at the bulkhead. So if you recall, you could see that from the street. But even if you can't see it from the street, we would change that. So we'd remove it, add the thin, in that case, it would be thin brick that would be added to match the full brick.
You can see it from the street, just to be clear.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, yeah, so we're doing it. So, but even in the locations where we're not, that would be there. The other thing that we're proposing is to keep the 4-inch precast concrete. We're looking at things that would be readily easy to adjust versus very difficult, such as adjusting the head and the sill here. So we're proposing both of those to remain. Let's move over to these locations. So on the windows, actually it's on the side, the east elevation and also the south elevation. While we're, of course, proposing to keep the aluminum storefront that is there, the panel that's down below, we would clad that to match the original approved documents, which is the raised panel that's there. So painted PVC trim in that location. The other thing over this little shed roof is to remove the flat trim that was installed and put a profile, an OG profile there at that location to more closely match what was there. At the other piece, there was a canopy that extended out. What they installed was they recessed the building entrance there at the residence area, so there is no canopy at this moment in that location as shown there. And what we did is we took exactly the same renderings that we had and just showed then that adjustment, right? So as was just mentioned, this is where you'll see that brick and those other pieces. And the last piece we'll look at is the roof. So the roof patio has not been installed yet. What has been installed is the air conditioning condensers up on the roof. So those are in these locations. So just as a point of reference real quick, if we go back to, this is what was approved. So there's the condensers, here's the patio. Zoom back down. What's being proposed is to remove this portion of the patio. This is where these currently exist, and then to add additional patio to the rear on the other side of the elevator lobby. That's up at the top.
Can you go back to what was?
Yes, absolutely. So essentially this...
What's the difference in the square foot?
So the difference in the square footage is 1,300 square feet. So it's
1,300 feet smaller now?
Smaller, correct, is what's proposed. Nothing is built out there for this piece, besides the HVAC unit or the condensers are there. So that's basically a very quick summary, but that letter sort of outlined each of these to try to document it for you and then determine, okay, how can we move forward with this?
I think there are also some other differences between what was approved and what's been built. I think the cornice is significantly different, particularly with the number of corbels.
Yeah, so not in the elevations. They were on the renderings, but not on the elevations in the approval documents or the construction documents.
Okay, well, the corner of the building, the way the cornice was built, according to your picture, is different. There's also less differentiation in the facade, in the brick facade. significantly different. I don't remember the signage on the building being approved also.
You mean the address number?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I'm waiting for my,
Pause 1 second.
yeah, I gotta wait.
He's out of-
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because I'm gonna go off.
Properly, all right? It's important, and I need everybody with the board to respect the framing, basically. So I'm gonna go to the building department for a second. Very important. I want to understand from the standpoint of what was to be built to what was built, what the changes that were site changes due to conditions and things that weren't, from your assessment.
So the ones that were not, say, field changes per se, would be the vent terminations on the east side of the building, all of those. The 3 shadow boxes to the east side of the first floor, north of the main entrance. There, if you look at the drawings, there are shadow boxes, and excuse me, those are just gone. The storefronts being constructed out of metal was not discussed with us. The arches over the windows, the 6-inch sills, none of that was discussed with us. And the first floor elevation wasn't brought to our attention. I don't know if they necessarily knew it either. I don't quite know how it got there. That it was there by the time I already became the building inspector. The slab was there.
I have a
It was the
question.
existing first floor. So I'm not exactly sure if it was originally supposed to have been lowered, and then all the other footings and everything poured, but it was all ready to go. So I'm not exactly sure, what happened there. I wasn't here.
So effectively, there are 5 items, I think 4 or 5 items that weren't discussed, that were built, that weren't approved. If I understand correctly, that had nothing to do with conditions on site.
Correct.
Your question?
Well, just the elevation issue, the existing Citizens Bank building, that the slab was retained, probably that existing building did not come as close to Main Street as this current development, or did it? That's my question.
It's the same.
It is the same? So it's the same, okay. So then really the elevation issue should have been on the developer's plate from the very beginning. I wasn't sure if it had been brought
Correct.
closer
Yeah, it
and
didn't-
exacerbated, but okay.
Yeah, the elevation,
Thanks.
the floor inside, is level. It's not, there's no step up or anything like that from what I believe was there. If you go in there and look, it looks like it's the original slab to.
Yeah, I remember, I watched the demolition and it was the existing slab.
Yeah,
So I just couldn't recall if it extended that close to the Main Street as it does now.
So can you
There was never a step up from
Yeah, there was never a
originally
step
in
up.
that bank.
Because I've used Citizens Bank for a long time. for what
Did they
it's
come
worth,
in from
but
the side, or what?
Yeah, I never noticed there was that much of an elevation gain. I do recall there was a bit of ramp incline coming up from the sidewalk. I never realized it was 22 inches, though.
On one side, so it's 22 on one side, 8 inches on the other side.
Okay, that would explain it.
And so you got 2 ramps. addressing both those.
Because the original plans had that whole plaza patio area at the same elevation as the Main Street sidewalk.
Right.
So the question is,
What could happen?
I don't know, when they demoed the building, all of a sudden this comes about and here we are. So why at that point, when they demoed the building and noticed such a difference, did they not?
Come back and make a statement. You got a hot potato.
This is basically.
No, it's a reality. You have a hot potato here. And trying to find the balance to why things were done against what we spent a lot of time back and forth reviewing and looking at, and why those changes were made without communication is a hot potato. It's a big problem. It's not something light, because you've got volunteers sitting here who spend a lot of their time and having ability to communicate with this building department. We're open to just go ahead and do things just because. That's a problem.
You know, if I may, Acting Chairman, you're absolutely right, and the applicant is here before you to present these changes in a formal capacity, because there have been some discussions. I think this isn't all just in a vacuum, right? There have been field change discussions. There have been ongoing inspections by city staff. The applicant has been working with city staff, but Brian made a specific request that this application exceeded those permissions, and so we are before you looking to try and make this project to take what the field conditions are and implement them into a project that, again, the applicant is here and can speak to the fact that we literally have tenants that have leases that we've had to. No, I'm simply conveying that the realities hit the applicants too. It's not just a matter of saying, we're not asking you to do anything more than we're looking at it, we're trying to justify the changes that have been made to the building program. I think, for an example, a prior application that was on this evening had changes to the corner that was different from what was previously approved. Here, we're trying to sort of reconcile, if I may, just building program.
That one's not yet
elevations and elevations themselves. So renderings and elevations and what we're on construction drawings. So this isn't all just some, attempt to just get away with anything. These are just realities of plans and not reconciling those details, which I think the building inspector has made a concerted effort to say tonight, and I think you'll probably see very different looking plans from any and all applicants moving forward based on these types of realities that are now present before you. So I'm not...
My concern is that the changes that were made act in concert to make the building incredibly monotonous, and I'll give you an example. Whether the Juliet balconies had sufficient functionality to merit them being retained or not, we often talk about, when we do architectural review board, the rhythm of fenestration and window openings on the side of the building. By removing those Juliet balconies, which were taller than the other windows, any rhythm to the fenestration kind of got deleted, or at least a lot of it. Okay, maybe there's still groupings of 3 and 2, but the change in the brick facade facing Main Street, those pilasters as facade breaks, that's like the absolute minimum that we consider. And usually we consider it only on the sides of buildings, not on the Main Street facing side, because we're trying to enhance and be respectful of the historic fabric. The arches over the windows, I think the design intent was probably to echo the Carriage House building on the corner of Main Street and Teller, which has a similar massing to this building, with the Salvation Army Church kind of set back between them. All this stuff was discussed. And now, what we're left with is a really drab building. And when you put I'm kind of, I say this with a smile, but when you put the street numbers on the corner of the building with that choice of font and spacing and positioning, it just makes this building look like it would be comfortable on like Tobyhanna Army Depot. It is the weirdest choice, and to me, it just screams blockhouse. So my question for the board and to Jennifer is, what is the whole spectrum of recourse for us in a situation like this?
I think what you should focus on is the items that were not field changes. So the things that Brian has confirmed were not legitimately approved field changes by the building department. Look at those changes, and we need to figure out, is it physically possible for those items to get reverted back to their approved condition? And then talk about whether you want those items to be reverted back to their approved condition. Because for some of these changes, you may decide you want the proposed condition to remain. For some, you may want them to go back to what you had originally approved. So I think you need to kind of look at them one by one and with those questions in mind.
If I can ask a clarifying question on that same topic. In the course of our review, we had a constellation of requests and suggestions. And, obviously it's a negotiation process. The applicant turned us down on some requests and conceded on other requests. For example, we had made a comment during the design review that the resident entrance was really, had no design panache to it whatsoever. And now, I'm not saying I really want the canopy back, but right now, it looks like you're walking into a loading dock. It's a square hole
Yeah.
on the side of the building. Can we
Yeah,
possibly
so-
negotiate other changes that maybe are less painful than tearing the facade off the building and
In my
redoing the
opinion, yes.
masonry?
In my opinion, if there are going to be changes to the approved site plan, as a result of these modifications that were made without approval, that kind of alter your view of the overall site plan, that I think there's an opportunity to have that discussion.
So it's something for the board to consider. Are there things we can do that would give this building, a more pleasing design without saying, yeah, redo the front facade?
I would like to look at the 5 things that were not field changes approved and look at how those can go back to what we approved. That's the starting point. Negotiations of other things at this point, to me, it's almost, because it's a moot.
I don't think so at
Let's
all.
go through the 5 items and see what we think.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we need to start from.
So, excuse me, Eric Baxter, developer. We're happy to add items that the board, that was previously discussed, that we all think that's going to improve the building and make everyone happy.
I guess the question as a developer, what was deficient in the communication with you with what we had approved? And how did we get here is the question.
So we tried to incorporate that into our submission just to try and, I guess, reiterate or indicate how certain changes came about or why certain things were done in a certain way by the construction folks that were on site. So we're going to have at our hearing, which we're going to ask the board to consider setting for next month, Anthony Petrozelli, also from Baxter, here to speak to a lot of like the literal, like on the ground, boots on the ground conversations. So some of that is more history and where we are, but I agree with you, Acting Chairman, that the conversation, if we can try and speak to those items, I think what Mr. Baxter was suggesting is there may be some, the 5 changes, so to speak, may be something, but we can explain out certain items like we did in our presentation about, for example, the width of the sills, 6 versus 4 versus what was shown in construction drawings, right? Those are things that were in plans or in drawings that didn't align. That's one unique characteristic, but if there's a design that brings if there are things that we can work to bring these together without just purely, stamping what was either shown on a rendering versus an elevate, like if we can, I think the idea here is to try and get your feedback on those 5 items, but there may be more that works into this that ultimately brings it all together. So I think we're just trying to say we're open to, I think, what Mr. Werner said, but also, going through these specific items that were really before you tonight to discuss.
Can I add something that this is the second time this has happened. This is the second building which this particular contractor has egregiously not followed what was expected and what was approved, right? There was a building on the corner and this building. And so the thing is, once you start a pattern like that,
just to clarify, if I may, Baxter did not construct 344 Main Street, if that's your
okay.
You're talking about the predecessor.
Sorry, it's predecessor.
Just to be clear, yep.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? This is the second time this has happened in the same neighborhood. I'll leave it at that.
I hear you.
Okay, so it's a problem that needs to get resolved. Some of that's procedural with the city and with the developer. Some of it is with the expectations that people that come here have about what they're going to, how they're going to be part of this community, how that work is going to work within. And it's incredibly, everybody benefits from the higher quality of construction that we expect here because everybody loves this community so much.
Yeah, Baxter's got a great product there throughout the Hudson Valley. This is not their first rodeo, and you look down at the creek, you can see beautiful buildings that just traded for a very.
Let me just finish. I really appreciate the clarity of this presentation because it does, unlike many presentations, it gives us a clear understanding of what was done, what was proposed, what was built, and I think the next thing is what we can do to remedy this, right? And I think the remedies that we do, and I do think we need to remedy, we don't need to limit it. I think it would be reasonable to expect that we don't limit it to simply the elements that you have that have been, that they're incorrect. That didn't follow the plans, right, that were approved. That we try to, and I think you'd probably want to have this happen, is that we try to make some effort. It'll benefit everybody to improve the quality of the building, right, in a way that benefits the public, right, because all of these were public benefits, right? The speed and simplicity and dealing with other site conditions, those benefited the contractor, and perhaps maybe not being 100% clear about things when you're in a hurry. I understand all that, but in order to make this correct, I think we need to go through a process which I appreciate is easier because of the detail with which you've given us, you've assisted us a lot by showing this, right? We're also learning a lot about like how to prevent this from happening again.
And I think that's where my question is that when you have a system that has a kink in it, how to break that kink, because you shouldn't be here. We should not be here. And respectfully, not to the new architect, respect to you, I'm trying to understand is inside of this system, is there something deficient where there was not communication so that we wouldn't have 5 things that we now have to look at and figure out if we can accept or not?
So to speak frank, I think you addressed it on all the previous applications that I listened to today. So things such as the sill was different in what was approved here than what showed up on the construction documents. Brought out about the corbelling, that was not on the elevations that actually were to be built. So when that permit was issued, those were not there. So they built it according to what was there on the drawings that were the construction documents, but they didn't match what was shown in those renderings.
But even so, but what was built and what's on the original construction elevations?
No, so that's the thing. So even what this board approved, the corbel is not called out here. It's shown here. And this note says that the elevation shall supersede.
Right, but even between that elevation and what's built is not the same.
Correct, because of the arches that are above here.
What about that header course?
No, just even the number.
Header course of bricks.
It's just completely different.
This lighter line that you're seeing?
The number of corbels.
I think I'm looking at the elevation drawing that's in your package that got signatures on it from April 2022. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, and so I'm looking at the Main Street, the south elevation.
Yep.
There's 10
And there is you can see the pilasters, and then there's a lighter brick course that goes above the...
And that's it.
But I'm saying that's not there.
Yeah, so that's not called out anywhere here, but look actually at the renderings.
Yeah, forget about the renderings for a second, though, because I guess what I'm just saying is I think you're trying to say that what was on the elevation drawings was built, and it's not.
It's not.
And I'm not talking about the eyebrows. You're
talking about those
the setbacks.
I'm talking about the framing and brick that's sort of in a lighter coloring, which got a heavy line weight around it.
The corner of the building is completely different.
So what did you think that was? I mean, that doesn't represent nothing. Otherwise, it would be the same. It wouldn't be outlined. It wouldn't be a different shading than the remainder of the brick on the facade, right?
That's correct. So again, I wasn't a part of any of this.
Yeah, I understand, of course, but I just don't say that there was nothing on the elevation drawings, because there's something on the elevation drawings.
If you then go to I will say this, having been doing this for 30 years, the contractor is going to take the construction documents that are the permit drawings and build off of those. They're not looking back at these, and if you go to the construction documents, that's not even there.
So the deficiency is between somewhere in the construction documents and what we approved, right? Because it's clearly, what I'm reading here refers back to the elevations and design as approved. So even if those construction documents were incorrect,
Right.
Someone should have gone back and looked at the approved design and elevations.
Who created the construction documents?
I have no clue.
Isn't that RA's?
Yes.
My understanding is that there wasn't
REA
any
said he
construction
wasn't hired for
administration
construction.
phase. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was an aside, you know, on the Beacon, City of Beacon Facebook page where REA said I was not retained for the construction phase and therefore had no part in it. But so the approved construction drawings are not in your package, just for the comparisons of those?
Not in this package, no, we just,
Okay.
just to try to simplify those.
I wasn't on this board when this got approved, but
Yeah.
I can see even there are apparent discrepancies between the elevations and the renderings on some of these features we're talking about right now.
Right.
I mean, I don't see how that shading can really mean anything other than the corbelling, but
But even the proportions of that corbelling from the
Yeah.
elevations to the rendering are much different.
I mean, the thing is, we're not talking about proportions, it's just not there.
Yeah, that's a reality, it's gone.
If we were talking about a couple inches, it'd be a different discussion. I mean,
The construction drawings do have the shading on them.
So
On
do
the
they show
south
that-
elevation.
Do they show that sort of header course of brick underneath underneath those cornice on the Main Street facing facade?
It's shaded.
Does it have a line, does it
would
have
say.
line weight outlining
You
it?
wanna, this is on, you know, this is what I could show you.
This is getting, we're getting, he said, she said, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you also have to look, though, at the section through that.
I'm sorry.
You also have to look at the.
Oh, I'm sure you do, yeah, that's just the elevation, that's all that is. Yes, the walls are,
So-
I don't disagree with you, but that elevation in the set of drawings does show it.
So,
Yeah.
So, Mr. Warner, if,
Otherwise, you would just
I
have
don't,
the plaster.
you know,
Mr. Warner, just one thing, if you look at the section that's through that, so that's where nothing is shown.
yeah.
Look,
But
again, I
that's,
think,
you know,
again,
importantly, it's,
So
there's,
if the construction drawings were not internally consistent, who implemented them? Who built it?
Sorry, but they're consistent with the elevation. The construction, but
I could have sworn your architect just told me that the cross-section through the elevation at that point.
correct, it doesn't show. And there's no call out on the construction documents or the elevation to what that is.
That's pretty sad, you know.
okay, so I think we need to get through these one by one.
Yep.
I mean, it's
the only
I mean,
way.
I'm not saying we're gonna be able to resolve this right now, but
yeah, we're just looking for feedback on that, and we know that we have to have a public hearing, the public will be involved, there will be comments and feedback, but we're just looking for the board's initial sort of take on these items. I think we've gotten a pretty good sense of where you're on this, but if we're able to walk through those, I think item by item, that would be.
I mean, do we want to see options or what?
In the balconies, just big picture, have a significant impact on how this fits into the cityscape, and in particular, how bland the building facade is. Those are also things that, given that there is a building sitting there now, are not necessarily gonna be real easy to change. What do we think about that? I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, we can berate the applicant all we want.
Right.
It's still
It's
not helpful.
But there are some solutions.
Our
Let's
intent is not that.
take some easy ones, right? So
Like I said, I
like,
don't want to take
Right.
it the wrong way.
What I would like to see is the applicant's architect to recommend
Yeah,
some sensible choices, but, you know, again, but taking into account the fact that, even like you said, the soldier course of bricks above the windows was built, but when you look at it from the street, it's almost indistinguishable. It doesn't cast a shadow, it doesn't project at all. It's like so flat. Everything is so flattened out. So I don't know that I want to dictate, you know, what should try to be done. And maybe I would like a gifted architect to try to make some, recommend some fixes.
So,
you know,
for example,
from the applicant side.
so this is part of
To
what
try
we've
to
been.
bring back some detail.
That's what we've been discussing. So to the point of what can we do without ripping the facade down, but still, you know, addressing some of these? So even the Juliet balconies. So we can apply, Julia, balconies without the doors, right? So if you look, though, the door head is the same as the window head, right? So what's out there, so...
But I'm just going to stop you for a second, because I think you're well-intentioned on this, but you're describing like a Band-Aid. And my question would be, what can you do that's not a Band-Aid? That maybe, and that's what I was saying before, is that maybe there's something else that can be done to create an area of focus and detail around the residential entrance, or something that is going to be of a benefit to the people living in the building and also prominent from the street in a pleasing way, like a portico or something that's decent. And maybe there are other changes that can be made to enhance the cornice or other elements.
I think the Main Street facade is completely unacceptable, in my point of view. It is awful.
It's
I have to second that opinion.
Right.
It's completely not acceptable.
I really think more time needs to really look and come with some some kind of approach to address this in a more substantial way to get us back to where we were. We're not going to solve this tonight. It's impossible. And respectively, I would like John Gunn to be part of this conversation as well, because we spent a lot of time on this. And to kind of look at what was built, it kind of feels like a punch in the gut. Respectfully, no disrespect to you.
Obviously, that wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's not your intent, but we're
of course.
here.
Yes.
So I do want to point out one thing, just, Acting Chairman, just for the benefit of the board. We did try and incorporate some things that were actually approved as field changes in the submission. So we talked about, we're calling it the different five-factor analysis, the 5 items, but the applicant has brought in other things that they've otherwise already had approval for a field change. For example, the brick up on the stair tower and things like that they've tried to work back into that design. I mean, if there are things, let's just sort of try and talk through them, because we're trying to understand too what the board would, be more, like we've proposed not to incorporate for example, just the awning, a canopy, over the residential entrance for those reasons. But I think we heard tonight that it looked too much like a commercial, delivery entrance versus a residential entrance. So is that something that the board is looking to see come back, or just something to not necessarily bring the canopy back, but bring back something?
I don't think you can piecemeal it like that. Like, you really need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a solution.
Yeah, I think I agree, because it's going to be hard, and it's respectful for what time you've put in, and the fact that we're here is not to give you little bites, but let's try to figure out a way to solve this. Big picture, looking at what we intended to have there, and how do we get as close back to there as possible, respectively, and I think that's the best way to do it. I know it's going to be painful for both of us to do this.
Believe me, we're going to be feeling the pain.
Yeah. But I think it's a mistake for us to do this in small bites.
Yeah. I could agree. I think that I'd focus on the things that are of public benefit. What you've taken away some of the stuff that we were trying to give to the public realm, right? And actually, you not having them, I think, reduces the value of the building to you personally. Some of those things can both benefit the public and yourselves if you make those improvements and in some way be a little bit proportional to the changes.
Yeah, we're all for that, and we'll come up with some great ideas that hopefully makes everyone happy.
Yeah, no, and we want you to, because we have to live with it.
And we do
community.
too. Yeah.
But for us to kind of not think this through at this point and put you in front of a public who's going to look at what happened, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. No, we'd rather be hand in hand with you guys and aligned and be able to move forward.
So, I agree we should not be doing this piecemeal, but I do kind of feel like if we can, we should provide some broad stroke guidance here. I mean,
if we're too specific, what happens is people cherry pick, or what they do is like.
I think we got to bake a cake, guys. We can't just get pieces. I think that's the dangerous part. Sorry to cut you off, but I think.
No, they have an architect. They have an architect who's a design architect, and the idea. One of the things you're capable of doing is taking a holistic approach to revising the design so it works with what's there,
and it contributes more, it makes more of a contribution to the public realm.
So take these lemons and go make some lemonade. Because we got to figure this out, right? But you got to put some thought into this and looking at what our intent is.
We got it.
And I think we don't want, and it's respectfully, I respect you as an architect who just got dropped a hot potato. Now you know how we feel.
All right, now see.
Okay? That's just my feelings around the board. John, I don't know if you wanted to.
No, this is the biggest thing, is the architecture. I knew that was going to be. I mean, I have some comments on some of the site changes that occurred. You know, the French drain in there, where's it going to, what's it connected to? You know, the plans need to be updated to reflect that, but I figured the biggest thing is actually going to be the architecture.
One thing we wanted to get across to was that those were the existing conditions of the existing building. We didn't, so kind of what we have designed is to code, and we'd like to get that installed. And obviously the planters will be reviewed by yourselves for approval.
What was to code?
I think you're referring to the ramp, to the access points. So that was part of that field change back from October, I think, was showing some of that stuff. So I think that's what you're referring to, right, Eric?
Brian.
I was referring to the French drain that's in the
This one,
back.
right here.
That, where's it going to, what's it, you know?
Sorry to call you out like that. I needed to understand what field changes were approved that you know of.
Brian, we're speaking specifically about the ramp in the front.
The ramp I know about.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
all
the-
we're,
Yeah,
that's
there
all
was
that
no
those
other
tracks were
way
referring to.
To make it happen.
There was no other way to get ADA access to the building.
Okay.
Yeah. I was not aware that it was higher out of the ground, you know, or actually the front patio per se, for a lack of better terms. I really didn't look at the site plan. The building was ready to go.
So, but from your understanding, that was the only way to get that done, to get that ADA?
Correct. Yeah.
And those grades weren't on the site plan, but when we scanned it, that's where we were able to see all those elevations.
So I mean, I can go around the board, and as it relates to that one element, which was an approved site plan, approved modification based on site conditions, to be able to get the ADA access, that's something that effectively we could agree that needed to happen.
Has to.
I'm willing to
That could,
Yeah.
that can functionally stay.
Thank you.
Now, can I add one thing?
I mean, it should have been noticed
Yeah.
earlier, but followed.
Absolutely. It
There are-
should have been 20-something inches lower, whatever.
There are handrails and there are handrails, right? So one of the things you could do is make the handrail in some way coordinate with what other changes are happening so that it's not a institutional-looking element from somewhere else.
Yeah, so that's the one piece we actually did try to look at, to be able to take, because these were the approved planters that were there, and use that as fall protection, but also create that access for the ramp, as well as to simplify the railing that's then along that. So this is the one ramp that comes up, and then there's landscaping on the other side, as well as the patio, but this was,
Yeah, for whatever reason, you're not actually seeing what we're seeing.
oh, really?
Okay, gotcha. You're working on it.
I think it kind of glitched.
There it is. Oh, it's not. Oh, and you're out.
There we go, sorry. So these were the planters that were just part of the original approval. So we were bringing them in, showing them based on the field sketch that was there, and then showing those ramps. So that's the one piece we did try to at least represent based on the field sketch that was part of that approval out there.
So with that, we won't ask that you set the public hearing at this time so that we can get you the materials to try and blend all that, what we propose, what you've discussed tonight. But we would ask, at least if procedurally, the board would declare itself lead agency. There are no other involved or interested agencies with the application. But yes, we'll put off, as the board has, I think, rightly suggested, the hearing tonight.
Motion. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. B.
So with that, we'll put our supplemental materials into you and express, I think, what the 5 items that Brian mentioned and how our plans were, propose to sort of rejigger or rework all of those components, also identifying how that has a relationship, for example, with the ADA site condition that relates to this. But we'll, as indicated by management, the developer, they're committed to seeing this done the right way with you all, and we appreciate all of your time tonight. I know it's late.
Appreciate it.
Thank
you for the feedback.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night.
See you later.
With that, we now go on to, there is a miscellaneous business. That wasn't you? The miscellaneous.
I was going to say, earlier it looked like Manel Place was going to pull a tail.
Let Adam go.
Pull the head, so. All right, but anyways, good night, guys.
So tail is running, you see.
Let him go.
Take care, thank you. Miscellaneous business, consider a request for 2 90-day extensions on site plan and subdivision approval, 37 units, Beacon Views townhouses at Conklin Street, submitted by Beacon Views LLC.
Yes, good evening, Adam Thyberg from Insight Engineering, representing the applicant for the Beacon Views project. We're working through the final conditions of approval. I think the board will remember that the biggest condition was the resolution of the dispute with the neighbor. That dispute has they've reached an agreement on a settlement. We're working through some of the conditions of that settlement, but we expect things to start moving quickly now, and we anticipate, wrapping up the conditions very soon. Given, again, that being really the biggest outstanding condition, I think we also have some work at establishing a couple easements and a slight revision to part of the stormwater system. But those will be taken care of in short order.
Jennifer, do you see any?
I have no objection to the board granting the requested extensions.
Motion to grant 2 90-day extensions of site plan and subdivision approval.
Second.
By Len, seconded by Jim.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Moving on, architecture review. So number 1, certificate of appropriateness, Manel Place. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Jennifer, if you don't mind, for just this one, just standing by.
Yeah, I don't know what I can offer because I haven't reviewed anything.
I'm more
in advance,
procedural.
but yeah, sure.
I'm asking you to see your line-based stuff. Doug Massey here for Monell Place. We were here in March.
That's the last stuff.
And our design was critiqued by the ARB, and based on those comments, we did a redesign, eliminated the apartment, eliminated the future elevator shaft, downsized the house, changed materials from Ipe for the wood to Alaskan yellow cedar. Stucco went more towards a gray. The sheet metal stayed the same.
Any comments on the materials and colors?
Yeah. There's sort of on the cedar portion, is that just a different direction on the top? Is that just a different direction of the boards, or how is that distinct from the rest of the vertical?
It's actually, so the vertical is tongue and groove.
Mm-hmm.
The horizontal is strips with spaces in between, and it's thicker than Yeah.
Gotcha. It's a thicker board and it's proud of the adjacent.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the ARB also requested that I show where it's at in the neighborhood, and there's a poster, and it was also submitted showing where the property is and the houses adjacent to it.
Thank you. Just to speak to the issue that I brought up earlier, Eustacia is, I think it's one lot, or one narrow lot between the proposed lot. This is a 1840 National Historic Register property that was designed, I think, by Whittier and Vox. It was Whittier.
Len, can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. Okay, so one of the proximal properties is Eustacia. It's an 1840 National Historic Register home that was designed by the firm of Whittier and Vox. And my concern, we've had a couple of we've had a couple of instances in the past year or so of infill housing in historic neighborhoods. Spring Valley Street, we had a very similar modern home with some similar materials that was constructed. We had on Highland Place a very large modern home that was constructed across the street from a group of what I would say were very neat and trim but modest Victorian cottages. And I've personally have become a lot more sensitive to the aesthetic impact of, very modern infill housing in historic neighborhoods. And so when something like an application like this has come up, usually during these ARB single-family homes, we don't have the benefit of our attorneys or our consultants. I just wanted the board to consider we've talked about in the past some of the criteria of too similar, too dissimilar. Is there an impact on, especially the Eustacia, the setting of the neighborhood? I think these homes are going to be visible to each other, even though there's a narrow lot in between. I think we talked about that.
I do have some photographs that I took today from the subject lot towards Eustacia, towards Tompkins Terrace, and from the street. Showing.
Thank you.
There's captions below what they are.
All right, so this one's looking from across Monell Place to the proposed construction lot. And this is your view towards Eustacia? Right. And so what do we have as far as trees to be removed for the construction that you're proposing? Are any of the trees shown in this photo? And obviously we can't predict right now what's going to happen on the intervening lot.
The trees have all been removed because Indiana Bat had to have trees down on March 31st, and they've all been removed. All the trees coming out in order to do the construction and the driveway for our development.
And that's represented in these photos?
That's correct.
So what's here is staying.
At least until the intervening lot is developed.
Yeah, we can't consider that. That's not our problem.
Okay.
Board, it's very important to understand the constraints that we have with respect to applications, right? And when someone is before us as an applicant, independent of our individual feelings, there's certain things we cannot do. At this point, we are considering materials and colors. At this point, Jennifer, if you could weigh in.
Yes, that is true. I'm also seeing that it is on the agenda, and I apologize, I haven't looked at anything in advance because I don't usually review ARB items. But I see it is listed as a certificate of appropriateness is what the board is considering. So you would also look to not only just your architectural standards, but your certificate of appropriateness standards in Chapter 134 under the criteria for certificates of appropriateness.
So that's just a similar component?
That's your regular architectural review. with the certificate of appropriateness, you look at section 134-6C, that has your criteria for a certificate of appropriateness, and that includes the historic or architectural value or significance of the structure and its relation to the historic character of the surrounding area. Here, we're not talking, I mean, this is not the historic structure, it's an adjacent or nearby property, right? So you'd have to consider how, I don't know that that's applicable here.
I was going to say, this isn't in a historic district. Why are we?
It's proximal to a National Historic Register home.
It is HDLO.
It is, okay.
The relationship of the identified historical features of such structure to the rest of the structure and to the surrounding area. Again, the structure itself isn't historic.
Now go back to the second, if you would, please. The first line
first
that you
one?
read
The
had
his-
two clauses. The first part was about the subject structure, which is not, it's the second clause that said I think it's relation to the historic neighborhood or
So the historic or architectural value or significance of the structure
which is not applicable.
and its relation to the historic character of the surrounding area.
Okay, that second part, for me, is, you know, what we're looking at, is this, what is the relation of the proposed building to the historic character of the surrounding area?
Or the one particular property you'll call it out.
going on.
I mean, there's nothing there historically relevant to each other. There's only that one beautiful architecture that you're talking about.
Right, and
Everything
the other
else is all
homes
over
are-
the place.
there's-
So the historic
there's,
nature of the area is gone.
But
I mean, you
if
guys
you-
just approved that thing. Look at that
No,
thing.
that's against the highway. Look at where the
But
yellow
that's a
line
part of
is.
the historic
It is basically,
neighborhood.
it could, what is it, like a half a mile away from the site?
Tompkins Terrace.
The upper left-hand corner is
right
half
there.
a mile down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is as far removed from everything else as you could possibly be.
Well, I think you can say this much. I don't really see a totally consistent architectural theme throughout here.
There
No,
is absolutely
it's,
no
except
historic
that it
theme.
is, I would say, you've got traditional gable-ended structures, you've got the sort of like classic revival with the big two-story porch. I mean, they're not, it's true that the other homes in the neighborhood may not have the same significance as Eustacia, but they don't use, I don't think they use the non-traditional elements that this home, which is very proximal, is proposing.
If we're going to do it, if we did a straw
Where is it?
poll-
How far away is it?
It's right across, it's right there.
Which one?
It's like right there. That blue
upper
one
left?
is right across the street.
What, the salt box?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's relatively traditional forms. You know?
With vinyl siding.
Can I have a straw poll around the board? What? Right now, I'm just looking at this to figure out, at this point, respected to how everyone is feeling with regards to this and our ability to, for the purpose of certificate of appropriateness, as if we were voting on this now, for the colors and materials, where would we be?
I'm fine with the colors and materials. We sent the applicant back last time with concerns about more structural things, particular placement of windows. To my eye, it's much more aesthetically pleasing now. I'd approve it.
Okay, Kevin?
That's actually essentially my feeling as well.
Lynn?
I would urge it to consider some more traditional forms, so I would say no.
Okay. Karen?
I think that they've made improvements, and I would be inclined to approve.
James?
Same.
So,
Get a motion.
Can I make a motion?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
you can.
Issue the certificate of appropriateness?
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
And Lynn's-
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going
You good?
forward, we should take this into consideration.
Why?
No, what I mean is,
Go ahead.
It's okay, you're good. You're good.
You're done.
You're
You're
done.
set.
You're good.
yeah, you're approved.
You're good.
You did it.
You're approved.
Yes.
Don't forget your thing. We appreciate it.
You have a
Not that
majority
we
approval.
appreciate it, but we have other applicants and
And you're-
I
you've got
appreciate the board's
materials
time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yes, of course.
Item 2,
Yeah, you
certificate of
might need it.
appropriateness for 5 Larch Street facade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Where are we?
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
I, you know.
We need to get.
Hello, my name is Steven Spaccarelli, here for architectural review for 5 Larch Street. We're doing a renovation and addition on that property. It's a full gut reno, everything kind of needs to go. So, yeah, all new siding, all new windows, new roof. We plan to use similar siding material that we did on another project here in Beacon over on Coin Hill Road, which is off of Neville's Avenue, back behind Sargent Elementary School, overlooking Tyranda. We included some photos of that build out there just as a reference.
Is that a side structure?
What's that?
Is that a side structure, like a secondary structure on the property that you're talking about?
No, this is a new construction about 3 years ago. It's a single-family residence with an additional like garage building. So we used 5-inch reveal. It's 1/2 by 8 pine siding.
That's the color?
And this is the color, yeah. And so we spoke to Mercedes about, recent applications, and it's helpful to have like brochures for siding, but we couldn't find any brochures for, like, this is just a traditional wood clap. So we just included photos of its use on another project here in Beacon. But that project referenced has a standing seam metal roof, whereas on this application it's asphalt shingle, which is, I have the sample here.
James, how do you feel?
I think it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I know the building, the previous one you're talking about. I think it's handsome. Feels historic too.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
Great
being
night.
here.
Okay.
2 more.
Certificate of item number, under
You too.
business, number 3, certificate of appropriateness, 75 Oak Street, new single-family home.
How are you guys?
Doing well.
So this was supposed to be a renovation, and when we were doing the renovation, my 2x4 walls on the side, they were rotted, they fell down, so that's why I'm here, as a new construction. But we already have halfway, it's already like was ready to be framed. So I'm just proposing the siding color, and as you see, you have my site plan in front of you, right?
Was this was a... I'm sorry, were your colors and samples?
So for the siding, it's the vinyl wooden back, and it's a metal clay with the Arctic storm.
And the roof?
And the roof is black shingles.
Wouldn't have had the sample of those shingles, would you?
I actually had it inside me, and it fell down, so I didn't know where it is. Well, I did another house right around the corner over there, which is 50 Church Street. And I could provide the sample of the black shingles to the building department.
The challenge is we're issuing a certificate of appropriateness for something we don't see, right? All black shingle, I mean, there's we'd like to have examples. I'm sorry it fell, but how would we say it's appropriate? We haven't seen it.
Do you know the manufacturer name and color?
I could pull it up.
Okay, that'll be helpful. So is the floor plan, are you duplicating what was there? And the elevations, like you're
Exactly.
just rebuilding what was there?
Yeah, and the walls that fell down, they were 2x4. We're just doing the new code, it's gonna be 2x6s.
Right, but like the windows and everything is the
It's
same?
the same exact thing. We're not
Okay.
changing anything.
But there was you put an addition on the back of this.
Yeah, the addition that was approved from before.
Yeah, by our department, he put a small addition on the back of
Okay.
the existing home.
And that was
as-
just a building part?
And that was just a building
Okay.
permit, and the permit was issued to take the second floor off and rebuild the entire thing.
Gotcha.
Whatever happened, it wound up, there was half of a front wall left, and
Okay.
we stopped him, and now he's here. That's how we got here.
Okay.
You want it? Jen?
How have I not noticed this before? Well, seems like something that would stand out.
So,
I don't like the half and half.
Okay, look, here's a question. Is it within, can we approve, can we grant architectural review on the basis of replicate the other approved conditions, or do we?
No, we have to be specific with inside the zone, so there's no ambiguity. But one of the things, so real quick question, and you brought up a good point, Karen. All right, there's this, here shows two colors, a tan
Yeah.
and a gray. So you're doing it all in white?
Say that again.
Okay, this shows two colors.
Yes,
Here.
which is the one that I
Okay,
showed.
got it. So the white is where the beige would be? Or the white is, just so that we understand?
There's
Vinyl
no
board
white,
and
there's
back.
one that's called Piddle Clay,
Yeah.
and then the other one is called Harvard Slate.
Okay, so that's the colors, okay.
Yeah, so those
Okay,
are
what
colors.
you showed there is not the color. You just showed.
No, these are the colors,
Okay.
but this is the material.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
because they didn't have it as
Yeah,
a.
completely
Do you, can I ask a question? Are you really dead set on a board and batten second story and a clapboard first story? Or do you maybe want to just do board and batten the whole facade?
The whole thing is a board and batten, but they go in a different way. It's this same material, but one of them they goes horizontal, and then the other one goes.
In your drawing, the first floor appears to be like a lapped clapboard.
That's the way it's
Okay,
drawn.
and then the second floor is board and batten. And I'm just saying.
One
you
or the
know,
other.
It's like it's very choppy. It's like two separate houses got crushed together. And if, you know, I understand people are into like a modern farmhouse look and they want board and batten, the whole thing, and I'm okay with that. But I think it's very weird to me to have a clapboard first story and a board and batten second story and gable end. And I would say, have you thought about, is that something you really like it, you really want to do it, or are you kind of open to considering?
Well, I would consider just have the whole thing as a board and batten because this what the idea was. But I think the system when my engineer had it in color, it just changed the whole concept of.
Oh, so you're saying that he used like a color hatching, and that's why it's horizontal
that's
on
why
the
it's
first floor?
just- it just
So,
looks
so
like
can
that.
you can commit to us that the whole building will be board and batten?
whole building
all
will be
and
board and-
vertical?
Yes,
And
I
one
could do
color?
it.
And one color, and he's got two though. He's got that and that.
I have two colors, but I don't mind doing one color, which is
color would it be?
It would be the darker one, which is the Harvard Slate.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Great.
motion to approve full board and batten with the harbor slate and black roof, which you will provide the details of what that roof is.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay, so yeah, vertical board and batten on both stories and the gable
One
ends.
color.
Harvard slate. What was the slate? Harvard slate is the color, the blue color, the dark
Harvard.
blue? Harvard, right?
Harbor.
Harbor slate. Can I have a
Harbor
mo-
slate, sorry.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Karen motion first.
Jim was the second.
Jim was second.
Is that the same color as 50 Church you're proposing?
And now we're on to, Karen was first.
Karen was the motion, Jim was the second.
Jim was the second.
It was unanimous.
Item
Jim.
number, Jim, yeah, sorry. So we're going on
Thank you,
to.
guys. Have a good night.
You too now. Item number 4, certificate of appropriateness, 74 Anderson Street, new single-family house.
You guys keep crazy hours.
Yeah, you wait till you see the next crew.
I can only add, I have the main roof and the porch roof samples. This is the manufacturer's cut sheets with colors of virtually everything else.
Sorry, Thomas, right?
My name is Tom Probert from North Arrow Design and Contracting, and I designed the house on 74 Anderson Street, which by no coincidence, Dan did the property for, and this is my client right here.
So, a quick...
I'm sorry, I'm new here, so
Yeah.
I just hooked this up to my computer.
I guess. Quick question for the board. Is there something about garage on the front, parking in front of the house?
That's a building, and
Yeah.
that's a building.
Is that a Brian thing?
Is this a new building?
Yes.
Yeah.
New two-story, yes.
Do you have, in your presentation, do you have pictures of what surrounds it?
Excuse me?
Do you have any images of the other houses around it?
Yes, on my computer, and
Okay.
I gave you everything.
Sorry?
Okay.
I thought Len was referring to a detached in front.
Okay.
As
So as
far
long
as I
as-
know, that's okay.
All right.
I feel like there's a code about that.
There we are.
Brian, is that what you're saying, that if it's a detached garage that extends beyond the front facade of the house, then it can't be, but if it's in the plane of the house, it's okay?
Correct, because once the car pulls into it, it would be parked, it's not in the front yard.
Right.
Thank you.
A detached, like Monell originally had one in the front yard. And we made him remove it prior to coming here. But this is okay.
Thanks.
But what I will review it again tomorrow, worst case scenario,
Okay, speaking of, and I'm glad about that, the client before me, this is a modern farmhouse. It's going to be basically black and white, black architectural shingle roof, all white trim, white AZEK trim, white hardy board plank vertical throughout, and you'll see the rest. I'll pull it up for you. There we are. And this is the house.
Can you show us the other houses in the neighborhood?
Yes, I can.
It's forward of the principal building for parking. I just pulled it up, so this one's good. Thank you.
Okay. Here are the houses with their address. Am I going too fast?
No.
Quick.
And that was the
Design seems
you're
like
asking
a
for 3
reasonable
and
fit.
3.
Colors, we good with the colors? Yep. Everybody good with, okay, motion,
Motion to approve.
second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're done.
Thank you.
For real?
Yep, all good.
That's it.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, what are we doing? What, we're going karaoke in?
I motioned,
Second.
All right, there you go.